I need
like,
permission from the meeting host to record.
you do indeed, Bob. Let me grant that to you. There we go. Permission should be granted.
All right, we'll give it another go.
Okay. We will read from the script and convene this meeting of the Conservation Commission of November 15th, 2023. In accordance with the requirements of the open meetings law, please be advised that this meeting is being audio-video recorded. The agenda lists all of the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and those that are reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by the open meeting law. Please address all comments to the chair. This meeting of the Conservation Commission will be held at the Zoom. Let me start that over. This meeting of the Conservation Commission will be held by Zoom at the link provided on this notice. So if anybody is with us with streaming TV and you want to join via Zoom, first I would encourage you to go to the town calendar and download the agenda, because you can just click on the link there. It minimizes having to keep a long sequence of numbers in the right order. The Zoom meeting ID is 811-6128-6155, passcode 952513. We are calling this meeting to order. We will start out with a roll call. Bob Pease.
Present.
Rich Tremblay.
Present.
Rich Bursch. I don't think I see Rich. Jeff Viviano.
Present.
Thank you. Mike LaRouche.
Present.
Chris St. Germain.
Present.
Very good. Chris, I didn't see you come in, so I'm going to go get you pinned. Excellent. Okay, thank you all for joining us tonight. So we're going to start out with announcements. Do we have any announcements by members of the commission? See no announcements by members of the commission. For public comment, just raise your hand, and I would encourage just a protocol for the whole meeting, everybody to raise your hand. You have the ability in the reactions pane within the Zoom window to raise your hand or whatnot, so that you can be called upon in order. I do watch out for that so that I'm calling on folks. Please address all comments to the chair so that we can get things addressed in a short and mannerly fashion. Do we have public comment tonight? Nick, I see you've raised your hand. Nick, I will let you go first. And Nick, you are on mute, so please proceed.
Thank you. Nick Eaton, 441 Townsend Harbor Road, Lunenburg. Last meeting, I came on and requested to pave my existing driveway, and Rich and Bob had recommended it be under a field change, and I was told to send the Conservation Commission an email stating what I was trying to do, which was just paving my existing driveway, and I provided pictures. I sent that on November 6th. I understand the board is short-staffed, and obviously this agenda was bigger than last. I just believe that I was left off the agenda on mistake, and I'm just trying to get my driveway paved. I'm literally at the tail end of the season. I'm actually scheduled to have it paved tomorrow.
Hi, Nick. Thanks for those comments. Unfortunately, our people that are able to go, our interim administrators who are able to look at this documentation were not able to get to your emails last week. And I didn't get an email until today that confirmed you had submitted all the requested documentation. and I will look to my fellow commissioners that have been previous commissioners on advice as to whether we need to hold this over and put it on a formal agenda next time, or if it's something that we can just address now in the context of this meeting, as it is a field change. Bob, what are your thoughts?
Well, I know if Rich was here, Rich would say it has to be on the agenda. And at least that's what I believe he'd say. It is just a field change. I mean, I would have no trouble voting on the field change tonight, but I'm only one member of the commission.
Yeah, thank you for those thoughts, Bob. I'll call on Jeff Viviano next. And again, I have received an email from Brianna, our interim, one of our interim conservation commissioners, who's confirmed that Nick has provided all the information required, and she did make a recommendation that silt fence and straw wattle be placed as erosion barriers. So Jeff, what are your thoughts?
I would agree with Bob. I think since it kind of fell through the cracks on our end, if it's just a field change to pave a driveway, I don't have any issue with that.
Okay, Mike LaRouche.
Yes, I'd like to go along with my other colleagues. Let him go ahead and do his driveway.
Okay, Rich Tremblay.
The only question I want to ask is, has anybody been out there to take a look at the area in question that's going to be paved?
No, Brianna didn't say that she had been out there. Nick did provide several photos of the area.
I'd like to ask Nick then, through you, Madam Chair, are we in the same footprint of the existing driveway?
Would you like me to answer that?
Yes, Nick.
Yeah, so if you look at the order of conditions, Dillis and Roy had actually done my septic design. So on the far right of my house, I'm actually not going as far with the driveway. It should have been like halfway through the house. I'm literally squaring it off right at the front of the house to the middle of the driveway. On the pictures, I think I had sent the pictures when I kind of red outlined it, but I'm not going in. Technically, it'd been the 50-foot or the 30-foot. I'm not going that far.
So Nick, I think what I understand you to say is that your driveway is not going to be as close to the resource area or to the lake as it had previously been.
Exactly, yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Rich, back to you.
Yeah, I'm good. I have no problem with the field change.
Thank you. Chris St. Germain.
I agree with the rest of the folks.
Okay, then I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve Nick's field change at 441 Townsend Harbor Road.
Rich,
And
Rich, a
Bob,
second.
can we,
With straw wattles as recommended by the by our agent, our
Thank you.
administrator.
and who, does anybody second that motion?
Rich,
I'll second it.
Okay, I got Chris St. Germain as a second. Roll call vote, Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Tremblay,
Aye.
and I for myself.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Nick. Do we have public comment from any other members of the public? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. I was looking, we have an appointment tonight.
Excuse me, Mary, this is Ken Patton.
I can.
And I tried doing the hand wave, but it didn't seem to work. So I would like to comment on the 255 Sunny Hill Road project. But I'm not sure that it's appropriate at this time.
No, that would be, we will, after each one of these hearings in 255 Sunny Hill Road, I believe, yeah, it's the first of the public hearings. We'll ask for public comment at that time.
Okay, thank you.
And after I call on public comment, if your hand, you can't figure out the hand wave thing, and I know depending on your device, sometimes it's difficult to do. Just speak up and I'll make certain I get around to you. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, so we do have an appointment hearing today with Marissa Browning Kamens with regard to an opportunity offered by the National River Watershed Association for us, right, with our conservation areas with regard to riverbank restoration grant opportunity. So I think, Marissa, I think I see you on.
Yes, hi. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. I was excited when you reached out. Do you want to just tell us, for the benefit of the rest of the commissioners, what the opportunity is here with this riverbank restoration grant?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, my organization, the NRWA, has a grant to do riverbank restoration, riparian restoration. So what we're able to do is tree plantings of native species along waterways where they have only a sparsely vegetated or unvegetated riparian buffer. And we can also do some invasive species removal just with manual methods. So really trying to support native species, revegetate where there may not be enough trees to support a healthy riparian buffer, and then remove some of our well-known invasives like bittersweet to see if we can help our riparian buffers around the watershed. So what we're interested in is speaking with commissions and other entities about possible sites in your community that might be a good fit. So as long as it's within 200 feet of a waterway, we'd be very interested in learning your ideas, places that have, a nasty invasives problem or could use some native plantings. We'd be very willing to hear that, check out the sites, and then come spring, we could do one of those two, or both actually, of those restoration activities. And the grant covers all the supplies and the labor. So we're really just looking to help in areas that might need some improved riparian buffer.
Well, that sounds excellent. I actually walked around a little bit over the weekend into some of the conservation areas, and particularly Table Rock. And I, corresponded with you also. Table Rock has a lot of problems with invasives, and Japanese knotweed is particularly pervasive in a couple of areas, but as you pointed out, it doesn't respond well to manual removal.
Yeah.
In Table Rock, there is also a big area of bittersweet as well. That's also, just gonna take this opportunity and share the map. So in the Table Rock area, around where I think what had been the former homestead, right around in this area, there is a lot of right here, a lot of Japanese knotweed, and up in here, there's a lot of bittersweet. There's actually a creek that flows down. I'm in the wrong area. Here it is. You can see there's a creek bed here that runs through this area. There's a lot of Japanese knotweed and bittersweet here. So getting on top of that would be an excellent opportunity. We have National Honor Society students that are working along the Mulpus Brook the first weekend in December that are going to do some manual eradication in this area, and then also down in this area there's some islands along this area of Mulpus Brook that have a lot of bittersweet. But I mean, if we have an opportunity of touching more than one property, I think in the spring, this would be an excellent opportunity because, as things start to emerge, we could see what, what we didn't clear out completely and with the National Honor Society students and maybe go ahead and give that another round there.
Yeah, absolutely. That sounds great.
I'm wondering if other members of the commission had ideas about other properties or comments about the two properties that I had noted here.
Well, I know parts of Mulpus around the Lane property have some extensive areas where there's no vegetation, but I don't know if that's a suitable area for that project, but that's the first thing that came to mind for me.
Okay.
And Chris, are you talking about the Lane property here, or were you talking about some areas downstream from the Lane property? Or
The
for that
Lane
matter,
property,
upstream?
From the parking lot basically to the bridge, there's a lot of areas there that,
Yeah,
are
right in this
devoid of-
area.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not seeing any hands by the commissioners, so I know there are a few of us that tend to get down there and walk in the conservation properties a lot more than some others, but if we wanted to take you up on this, right, and make it like actually a plan of record, or get into the queue for consideration as making it a plan of record, what would be the next steps?
Yeah, so you can send me an email. And Mary, I think you have that.
Yeah.
Just explaining where the site is, and then we can actually meet with you anytime throughout the winter, just to determine if this could be a good option. And then we will add you to a list that we would hit in the spring, probably around early to mid-April is when we would start again, because that's when things tend to leaf out. And it's really as simple as that. Of course, making sure everything is clear with the commission, because it would be within 200 feet of a given waterway. But those are the steps where we're seeking projects and we have availability. So hopefully it's pretty straightforward.
Excellent. And then I understand that you use at least some volunteers to do this work. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yes. We love to engage volunteers. It's a big part of our grant. And so if there are volunteers associated with Lunenburg that are interested in helping out, that would be wonderful. And we can do some volunteer recruitment closer to the spring when we're ready to put, boots on the ground. But that would be a big part of it.
Yeah, excellent. In the past couple of years in Lunenburg, we've done some Earth Day events. Last year, we actually did several Earth Day events spread across the month of April. And invasive species eradication was one of them. And we got 8 volunteers that came out and, toiled in the thankless job of getting down in the muck and helping to remove invasive. So your anticipated timing would work well with that. It might add a few more volunteers to the group.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's a great time to do this type of work, and we would be very thankful. So that sounds good.
Okay, excellent. Well, if there are no questions by members of the Conservation Commission, I will follow up with you via email as directed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, take care.
Yeah.
Okay, we will move along to the more formal part of the agenda with the new public hearings. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended, and the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Stephen McSweeney for the construction of a single-family home and associated site work at 255 Sunny Hill Road. Do we have somebody from Stephen McSweeney's firm here, or a representative?
Good evening, Justin Leclaire, McCarty Engineering.
Hang on just a minute. Bob, I see you raised your hand.
We can do it after this public hearing, but I think we should approve the 2 sets of minutes that we have. So, but we can do it.
Excellent. I read right over that. Thank you, Bob.
Well, we can do that. I've done it myself many times as chair. So, but we can come back to it after this public hearing.
Let's do that. Okay. And thank you for that, Bob. So Justin, you want to take us, give us an overview of what's proposed at 255 Sunny Hill Road?
Yes, do you mind if I share my screen?
Hang on, let me, I would like for you to, let me enable that. Okay,
Let me see. Share. Just want to make sure, can everyone see this?
I can, yes.
Perfect. So, like I said, Justin Leclaire, McCarty Engineering, here tonight on behalf of Stephen McSweeney. Also with me is Mr. Ed McSweeney, as well as Brian Marchetti of McCarty Engineering. So, just to orient everyone, the address is 255 Sunny Hill Road, but the lot that we're looking at is Lot 5, which was divided as part of the A&R that was just approved by Planning Board at their previous meeting. So Sunny Hill is here. This is Leominster Road, and notice of intent is for the parcel here. So this is just the site plan of it. So let me set this a little bit better. So Leominster Road is here. This is the pump station that the town of Lunenburg owns. Mr. Patton, who came on earlier, is right here. And then this is the, I don't want to butcher it, but the Catacoudamog Brook that runs here under the culvert and then runs out the other side. So here in green is the delineated edge of wetlands that was done by Three Oaks Environmental in March of this year. And this red line here is the 30-foot no touch that comes up and through. Then you have the 50-foot no structure. And then you have the 100-foot buffer zone here. In addition, we do have riverfront area on this site. The 100 inner riparian is here. And the 200 outer riparian is here. You can see it partially through the house and then out to the back of the site. So as part of this notice of intent, the applicant is looking to construct a single-family home with the associated driveway and stormwater BMPs that are consistent with what the commission has seen on previous projects. That includes the P-zone diaphragm that's along the down slope of the driveway and a proposed rain garden here that's been designed to meet the water quality volume TSS that's part of the town of Lunenburg stormwater regulations. As part of this project, we are saying this is considered a limited project under 10.533E for a construction of a driveway from a public way to the upland area, which is here. Work will occur within 100, the 50, the 30, and within the 200-foot outer riparian. So as part of this, we'll be requesting a waiver for work within the 30, mainly for this section of driveway. Zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see. So a portion of the driveway, the rain garden, and associated grading within the 30. Again, a portion of the driveway here and here with the P-zone diaphragm and grading within the 50. And then we have work proposed within that 100, 200-foot riparian area. The total riverfront impact for this project is approximately 4.5%. We did receive comments back from Mass DEP. We have not received the number yet from them. And their comments were pertaining to the stormwater handbook as well as the proposed rain garden BMP. DEP didn't have a comment regarding alteration of the riverfront or the alternatives analysis that was provided in the notice of intent package. Graves Engineering, who's the third-party review for the planning board, also reviewed this stormwater design as part of the stormwater permit that's being filed with the planning board and found the project to be in compliance with the Mass DEP stormwater handbook reasonable. I also want to note that the proposed house will be connected to town sewer and water, which is shown here in the driveway. And the reason we did that was we wanted to limit the total amount of alteration within the riverfront area. With that, if the commission has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Hi, Justin, thank you. Yeah, so for the part of the plan that's gonna disturb the 30-foot no touch zone, is
Yes.
there compensation that's gonna happen?
Because we weren't altering any of the BVW itself, we didn't propose any alteration. The rain garden will have plantings in it. Ideally, they'd be native. Typically what we do is, let me go to the detail sheet here. We provide a list of species native to the area, and we defer to the contractor based on price and availability of what plantings. But we could potentially, if the commission wants more, we'd definitely be open to conversation.
And so I think I wasn't clear. So within the 30-foot no touch, you said you weren't altering the wetland, is that what you're saying? But you are clearly clearing within the 30-foot
Yeah.
no touch area?
Yeah, so we're within that 30-foot buffer that you guys have as your local regulation.
Mhm.
But the limit of the wetland is here and comes back. We are staying outside of the actual BVW. So we're not filling any wetlands here. We're just impacting that 30-foot no touch buffer that you guys have.
Okay, and are there trees coming down anywhere within the 30 or the 50?
Yes. So
Okay.
this thick line here is our proposed erosion control, which would be straw wall and silt fence. That is the limit of our clearing as well. And you can see we kept it tight to the limit of the grading up until we get to here where we widen it a little bit to provide that access to Leominster Road.
Okay, how many trees are being affected by this that are within the 30 and the 50?
I don't have an exact number of trees. This part of the site is undeveloped, so I would assume as part of the forester going out there, he would mark off the trees to be cleared after the limit of clear and erosion control is staked out.
Okay. Okay, but yeah, you're essentially asking us to waiver the 30-foot no touch line, right? Without even allowing us to understand what the impact is and therefore kind of argue for some compensation of that impact at other parts along the property. Yeah, then that's just me as one commissioner. But that's my thought about that. I do take the 30-foot no touch quite seriously, as my fellow commissioners know. I'll open the floor to my fellow commissioners to ask questions or make comments. Rich Tremblay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd like to see the trees marked out on this map when there's a projection of how many are gonna come down inside that 30-foot. But my question to Justin would be, are we changing the grades here in anywhere where you're putting in this driveway?
So the way that this is designed is to maintain the natural drainage path. We did have this conversation with Plan Board as well. So you can see up here at the road, you have the 476 contour, 475. We're starting at 475. And then we're coming down to a low point here. Oops, sorry. Of 469.5. So 470, 469.5. And then we're coming back up until we're up at 473. which you can see here, there's a 474 contour, 473. So we're trying to maintain existing grades as best as we can to be able to construct the house, the driveway, be able to allow the drainage pattern, which everything is higher up here and comes down. We're not creating a dam situation at the property line where actually a foot or so. So if this is 70, 71, 72, we're about 2 feet below the adjacent driveway, which still allows the water to flow across our driveway and get to the vegetated wetland area where it naturally goes now. And same thing up here where you can see there's a natural existing swale on the site that comes onto ours. We're maintaining the grade so that way that water will sheet flow across the driveway. And here it'll actually get into the piece stone diaphragm and either infiltrate through the piece stone diaphragm or be conveyed to the proposed rain garden.
No further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Bob, you have your hand raised. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm looking at Near Map, which for the people at home is an aerial photography map, and the aerial photographs were taken March 30th, 2023. So they're pretty recent, and there's no leaves on the tree. And it looks to me like there's a man-made swale of some sort that's behind the 2 existing houses. And I'm just curious, you know, I just heard Justin refer to it as a natural swale, but it sure looks like there's some kind of man-made structure there. And I'm wondering if he could comment on that at all. And if it is a man-made structure, you know, I'd have to switch to a different app to see the contour lines there. I'm assuming it drains towards this property. You know, given given the elevations and stuff.
So Bob, I believe you're talking about this one right here.
I'm talking about if you go, it sort of parallels the back of the Patton's lot line, and it shows up as a gray thing on Near Map, and it's behind their lot, and it's also behind the next lot down.
Yeah, it probably runs further. So that's what I was saying to Mr. Tremblay regarding up closer to the house. So you can see you start up at 480, 79, 78, and you're coming down into the corner of our property here. So right now we're at 75, and then we're 74, 73. So we're still allowing that water to actually flow and reach our proposed BMP of the piece stone diaphragm. So it's still getting treatment, which eventually, like I said, it'll either infiltrate through this piece stone diaphragm or be conveyed to the proposed rain garden. But we're not, it's still getting to the wetland as it does in the existing condition, and we're not causing a dam situation where it hits our driveway, it builds up, and then potentially floods across properties. We're still allowing it to come on site and leave through our site.
So, but I guess my question was about, you know, you called it a naturally occurring swale. You know, from what I assume you've been on site, and I apologize, I have not been on site. It sure looks like a man-made structure to me. Can you comment on that at all?
It could have been way back in the day, just based on from what I saw, it is grown in. There is natural vegetation around it. So whether it was done, I'm just throwing a date out there, back in 80s, 70s, and it's just been left. It's something that we just consider as an existing condition. And we just aren't altering it.
And I didn't say you were, so, and I have the additional comment, I agree with, you say you did not, even though you have your DEP comments, you haven't been issued a number yet, am I correct in that?
Yes, I did reach out to
And-
DEP.
And so we're gonna have to continue this hearing in any case. And I'm suggesting if you want to get to if you want to have any chance of getting to an affirmative vote on this project, that you come back the next meeting, having a survey located all of the trees that you'll be cutting down that are greater than, I don't know, 4 inches diameter breast height, or 6 inches diameter breast height, or whatever. And be prepared to show how you're gonna compensate at a minimum for all of the trees that are in the 30-foot no disturb zone, because the 30-foot no disturb zone, that's right in our regulations that, you know, and you can take and look it up. There is a requirement, you know, for replacement trees if you cut down trees in the 30-foot no disturb zone. So those are my comments.
Thank you,
And-
Bob. Justin, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And I was gonna ask if the commission would like to do a site walk prior to the next conservation meeting, knowing we didn't have a number and knowing that we would be continued. We would be open to meeting the commission out there to walk the site.
I would take you up on that. We can arrange a date offline though, and see what other commissioners would want to make themselves available for that opportunity. Mike LaRouche, you have your hand up. You have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm curious to see what the listing of the choice of trees by the contractors, where I couldn't seem to enlarge this map to see that. Could you help us, Justin?
Yep, no problem. So this is just a typical planting schedule, mix of trees, shrubs, and perennials. This is the same table that both the commission and the plan board have seen for other projects we've permitted in town, such as both Holman Street projects that we've worked on. So with this in the rain garden, we'll note and call out proposed rain garden to consist of 2 trees, 8 of group 1 shrubs, 6 of group 2, and X amount of perennials. And then at that point, the contractor will take this list and pick which ones to use. And like I said, we try to give a variety dependent on availability, costs, growing season, and then preference of the contractor.
Can you make it a little larger?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just don't want, is that good?
That's good, thank you. Yeah, when you say at the discretion of the contractor, that tells us that it could be any tree or any shrub, depending on when this project is going to happen. I'm assuming it'll be in the spring.
At this point, yes.
Okay. Is there a requirement that so many hardwoods, so many, what kind of discretion are we talking about for the contractor?
And so it's within this list. So if I go back to the plan, I'll show you the note. So in this case, this was coordinated with our in-house landscape architect. This rain garden is going to incorporate 1 tree, 3 of the group 1 shrubs, 5 of the group 2 shrubs, and 6 perennials. And then we say coordinate with construction details on sheet 3, which would refer back to the rain garden planting schedule here.
Okay, all right. So it's just not from one group, it's from all the groups and there's.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, depending on size and scope of the rain garden, sometimes there's 2 trees, sometimes there's more of one shrub than the other, or there's shrubs and perennials because we can't fit a tree. But that all gets coordinated during the design with our landscape architect.
okay. Thanks, Justin, for the update. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you, Mike. Bob, you have your hand up again?
I do. If we're gonna do a site walk, my question to the applicant through you, Madam Chair, is, has, the house location, the 30-foot no disturb, the limit of work, the driveway location all been staked in the field?
Not yet, but it will be. Our surveyor is readily on hand to state that out. So once we nail down the date, we'll make sure that they're out on site to stake that out, which will make the site walk easier to have.
Well, I don't see any point in having a site walk unless that's all done in advance.
We'll make sure it's done.
My next question is, again, I'm looking at the near map and I'm looking at the aerial overhead and it looks like, the abutter, Mr. Patton, like he's got maybe some shrubs planted. According to the aerial overlay, which is often inaccurate, it appears as though he may have, some shrubs planted actually on this lot and maybe a driveway runoff apron on this lot. From what you see in the field, do you think that's accurate or do you think that's inaccurate?
I think I would go based on seeing the site and by the surveyor.
Yeah,
I would say this is there's a little bit of clearing that's off his property onto ours here, but the driveway, which was shot by the surveyor, shows the driveway on site, and they didn't know any additional edge of pavement that was off the property.
I guess I'm asking about, it looks like there's a pattern of little green circles that look like they're shrubs or something that's over, they look like they're across the lot line, but again, you know, these aerial photo overlays are often you know, skewed one way or another.
Yeah.
So, and then my final question is, I know the subdivision, did I hear you say at the beginning that this lot, the subdivision's been, this A&R's been approved?
Yes, the A&R was signed by the planning board, not the previous meeting, the one before that.
And so do you need approvals from, oh, that's right, this is gonna have sewer, so you have no Board of Health issues.
Nope,
And so are you done with the planning? Is conservation your last stop on this process?
so we continued with the planning board for right now, and the reason being is there's 3 additional lots up on Sunny Hill that are being permitted.
Yep,
As part of their stormwater regulations, we had to permit the whole project as one with them,
yep,
but those 3 lots don't have any buffer zone impact. The only one that does is the one in front of you tonight. So planning board seemed open to the project. Like I said, Graves Engineering reviewed it, found no issue. So before we get a final decision from them, we want to at least get in front of the Conservation Commission about this lot and either have an idea that's going to get approved, or if we do have to make changes, have a final design that we can go back to plan board with and say, this is how the final lot's going to look per conversations with the commission.
Thank you. That answers my question. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Bob. Justin, I was looking for these drawings in our drive and they're definitely not there. Have you provided a soft copy of these drawings to the Conservation Commission office?
Yes, Dropbox links were sent. I can resend it in the morning.
Yes,
But-
please do.
Yep.
Add me on copy.
Yeah, I can definitely do that.
Thank you. Yeah, so we a few of the commissioners went out, attempted to do a site walk this weekend, but we weren't in the right vicinity because we didn't have the benefit of the drawings.
Not a problem. I'll make sure that's done first thing in the morning.
Okay. Jeff Viviano, I see your hand is raised. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Justin, just question it's probably due to setbacks, but is that house, I guess, as far south, looking at it on the plan here, as it can go?
Yes, we're about a foot off the setback from here.
Okay, so
So we
I
tried to
can't
keep,
really go any further out of that area. Okay.
yeah. And we did take that into
Um,
consideration when locating this house.
And is there a different setback for garage, or is that just one setback for structures?
Because it's attached, it would all be to that one setback.
Okay. All right, that's my only question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Jeff. Justin, could we see the subdivision overview again?
So this is just the locus to provide you an idea. So, like I said, Sunny Hill is here. You can see the 3 lots that we're proposing up here. And then Leominster Road is here. And then this is, excuse me, this is the driveway with the house with the back lot.
Okay. And that'll be in the drawings that you send over to us, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Bob, you have your hand raised. You have the floor.
Yeah, but I gotta take it down because I forgot what I was gonna ask.
I didn't get to you fast enough. Sorry.
That's all right. It'll come to me.
So in looking at this subdivision drawing, so there are 3 houses that are proposed. One of them I think has been built. It's up actually on Sunny Hill.
None of these have been built.
Okay, none of these have been built. It looks like from this drawing that you have 2 houses on one lot.
No, there is, for whatever reason, it didn't print out well. There's a line here that bisects the driveway.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
the lot that's behind those, closer to the wetland, that one has a driveway access as well.
This is not being built right now, and there's a drain. This is a town drainage easement here.
Okay. Okay, and then above that is still within this parcel, but I think predominantly wetland. Is that
Yes, that's this parcel here.
okay?
This is on the A&R plan, it's deemed parcel A. It's
Mhm.
majority wetland and riverfront area.
Okay. Okay, do we have any other questions or comments from members of the commission? If not, I'll now ask for public comment.
Madam Chair, this is Ken Patton.
Hi, Ken.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here.
Ken, for the record, what's your address?
Yeah, so I'm Kenneth Patton at 290 Leominster Road. My house is shown on the plan here. Yes, right there. Justin's right on it.
Okay, very
Um,
good.
I've lived here for 40 years with my wife and raised our kids, and So I'm very familiar with this property, and the point I want to make is it's a very wet area, not the whole area, but part of it is very wet. Where the proposed domestic sewer service is, that leader from the note, and it goes down to the edge of the driveway. Yeah, right,
Yeah.
yeah, right there, Justin. Over to the right, on between that point right there and my property line, there's I don't know if it's a spring or what I would call it, but water flows out of the ground there year round, 12 months out of the year. I have some photographs from 2018 that show a pretty good stand of cat nine tails right there. It's changed since 2018, but there are still some cat nine tails there. So I'm arguing that the delineation should be all the way over onto my property. And if you're gonna do that site walk, I'd really love to be there to show you this area. There's also, I believe, well, as a matter of fact, I've got photos. If we can do a screen share, I could pull those photos up right now. Is that possible?
Yeah,
So do you have to, is that something you have to do?
and no, you can, we can have Justin stop sharing and you could share those photos.
Okay, and is there a place I need to click on the screen? Oh,
There
share
should be
screen.
yeah, share screen. There you go. You want to make certain you probably get to the photos first, so we're not looking at like your Christmas photos and stuff like that.
Okay, that would be okay, but all right, I had the photo up and I just clicked, but it's on screen share, but I don't, oh, here we go. Now it's telling me to open system preferences. So
And Ken, we're not going to close this tonight. So you could email the Conservation Commission office those photos, and then we'd be in a better position to share them on your behalf at the next meeting.
okay, all right, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, why don't we do that then? And I am interested in seeing them, so thank you for volunteering to share those with us.
Okay. And I've also got some videos of water flow in that low area. You had asked Justin earlier about getting these drawings to your office, and I received a set of PDFs from Ashley in your office, so I know that Ashley has them. So I'm just sticking up for Justin a little bit. I know that your office does have a PDF of these.
Yeah, thank you for that. We poor Ashley is allocated 10 hours a week and has been I mean, that's like her total time with us. She is a part-time worker, and she has been doing heroic efforts to try to keep all of our agendas on schedule and get all the documentation where it needs to be. So if something missed the mark, then it's certainly not for lack of trying on her part.
Okay. So when you hold that site visit out here, will I be able to participate in that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And how would I find out when it's gonna be?
I'll make a note to let you know.
Okay, Ashley has communicated with me before, so she's got my contact information and she could get a hold of me.
Okay, very good.
The main point I just wanted to make in my public comment is that this this lot it's wet, and this area that I just pointed out has water flowing out of the ground there basically 12 months out of the year. In the last 40 years, it's just been flowing 12 months out of the year. And then you know, back in 2018, had that good stand of cat nine tails. I'd also like to comment on that swale because that swale was put in 2022. And it starts up at the bridge. It's up in the field in the bridge. Are you aware of the bridge? It's on the other side of Hurlbut's house from me. So on the south side of my house, there's a great big white house on Sunny Hill Road that was just constructed 2 years
Right.
ago.
Yeah,
The next house up or building up is the bridge. And there are some handicapped women in there that have, you know, that's where they live and they're cared for. They call it the bridge.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
Up behind the bridge, there are pipes underground that water bubbles out of those pipes into that swale. So that swale is a few hundred feet long, maybe even 300 feet long, and it picks up all the water coming off the hill, keeps it out of the Hurlbut's property, it keeps it out of my property. And so it's picking up a lot of water, and at times there's a lot of water coming down that swale. When Bill Drum subdivided his property, he had an engineer out there, and that engineer thought that that might be some old drainage pipes from street drainage, so that wherever that water is coming from, it could be coming from up on Sunny Hill Road someplace. But at times there's a lot of water coming out of those pipes into that swale, and ends up discharging right where Justin was commenting on. So that's the story on that swale, and you'll see it when you do the site visit. When Bill Drum had his engineer out there too, they flagged an area in the field on the west side of the proposed house that as a wetlands. So that's actually on Hurlbut's property. So, you know, I'm saying that the wetlands actually extends onto my property where I'm talking about these cat nine tails. And then they had an engineer who flagged an area on the west side of the proposed house out in the field. So it's like this where this house is, the whole area, it seems to me, in my opinion, surrounded by areas that could be wetlands. So I just, I just want to make that point. I never thought a house would be built here. I always thought that's the swamp, the wetlands. Nobody will build there, but now I find myself in this position, looking at these plans, and I am sure that that drain that was referenced earlier off of my driveway, encroaches onto lot 5 a little bit. It might look like that there's some shrubs along the edge of my driveway that would be on the lot 5 property. But I don't have any shrubs over there. There's just brush growing in there. There are a lot of trees on this site, though. So I've encroached a little bit onto their property with that, and I've got some daylilies growing down the side of my driveway. They're awfully close to the property line too. So I may have got a few encroachments. I've also got a catch basin that picks up water coming off the hill. And I've got some videos of that too. It picks up a tremendous amount of water, and there's a 6-inch drain that dumps onto lot 5. And at times that really flows heavy. And then I've got also a 4-inch foundation drain that dumps onto lot 5 too. So there's quite a bit going on there. Besides all the natural flow, there's my foundation drain, there's my catch basin drain, there's the swale that's picking up the pipes up in the field. There's a lot going on there, and just a tremendous amount of water coming off that hill at times. So that's about everything I have to say. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ken. Bob Pease, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was wondering, the purpose of the proposed dry well it shows in the plan south of the house location.
Right here, Bob.
Yep,
So as part of the Lunenburg stormwater regs, we're treating all impervious, including the rooftop.
so that's proposed for mitigation of the impervious rooftop.
Yep.
And do you have any idea how far down to water the water table is right there? 'Cause
That'll be verified as part of the construction. I don't have the drainage out and about right now, but just based on wetland with water 463, we're up at 475. We just need to provide 2 feet of separation between the bottom of the dry well and the groundwater. But what we typically do with plan is prior to construction, we'll verify depth of groundwater and adjust that dry well as needed.
Thank you. And my only other comment has nothing to do with wetlands, but I'm on the Lunenburg's Assessor's GIS website, and I got the 2-foot contours called up, and I'm looking at how that swale goes across and protects these lots along the road from the drainage that comes down the hillside. And just looking at where the swale goes, it looks to me like that swale is directing a lot of water, which would not have otherwise come on to this house site, onto this house site. And it's not a wetlands issue, but it sure could be a civil issue. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Bob. I see that Mike and Debbie Chapdelaine have their hand raised. You now have the floor. And for the record, state your names and your address for us.
Mike and Debbie Chapdelaine, we're at 208 Leominster Road. We're directly across the Catacootamug from this proposed site. And I'm going to reiterate what Mr. Patton said. It is wet out there. That, let's call it a valley, that pretty much starts at West Street and goes all the way to the culvert and then continues. handles all the water from Sunny Hill Road. Water that comes down naturally down that hill up by where 255 Sunny Hill Road is, and then all of the houses all the way to the old drum farm. And then storm drain water from West Street. It all winds up in the Catacootamug. And that's a pretty decent body of water. I don't think I have to tell the Conservation Commission that Catacootamug Brook runs from up behind the old Patton Farm on Mass Ave, and it pretty much cuts the town of Lunenburg in half and eventually finds its way to the Nashua River. So it's a pretty important body of water. And it is wet out there. It's wet out there 12 months out of the year. And Ken's right. I mean, there's water on both sides of that brook of the Catacootamug up to where our house is, which is, I think, maybe a little bit higher than where Ken's house sits. If not, it's awfully close. But I do hope that the members of the Conservation Commission do walk that property. I don't think you really need to have the proposed site staked out. All you gotta do is walk up Ken's driveway and look to your right, and you're more than welcome to come to our house too. And any of the properties that are along on Leominster Road that are on either side of the Catacootamug, it's wet.
I have a question too, Mary, to clarify, is it my understanding that part of this hearing is asking for a waiver of one of those no-touch zones?
That was my understanding.
So if we have these no-touch zones, if we're just gonna create waivers, why bother even having these protections?
That's a valid question.
I'd be very interested to hear your reactions when you walk that property. It amazes me that they could, I would assume they will have to fill. And I thought that was in direct violation of the Wetland Protection Act.
Current drawing shows that they're not filling the wetland,
Okay,
but they are encroaching significantly in the 30-foot no touch zone.
yeah, I'll be, like I say, I'll be very interested to see what your reaction is when you walk that property and when it's staked out. Good luck to getting the stakes out there. But
Thank
thank
you.
you, thank you.
Thank you.
Bob, you have your hand raised again. You have the
Well, I
floor.
just wanted to make an attempt to address the question about, why would we grant a waiver here? And I am not an expert by any means in the wetlands, all the fine details of the Wetlands Act, even though I've been on the commission for 7 years now. But there's provisions there. They're applying as a limited project, and there's provisions if you have upland land and you have to you can actually cross wetlands to get to uplands land, or you can encroach to get to upland land, and that's allowed. Is my understanding. Otherwise, you run the risk of denying people the use of land that's otherwise usable. That's my understanding of what's going on here. But I could stand to be corrected by someone more knowledgeable than myself. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for that. Jeff Viviano, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Is this lot original, or is it being subdivided from a larger lot?
Subdivided.
Yeah, it's being subdivided, it's my understanding.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I guess I'm having trouble. Why are they subdividing a lot that really seems unbuildable to me, in my opinion? But just by looking at the plans here.
I think that's a fair comment. That's
Okay.
one of my concerns as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeff. I think Ray LaJoy, you had your hand up. I'll call on you next. Please state your name and address.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Raymond LaJoy, and I live at 245 Leominster Road, which is across the street from this property. And yeah, I mean, I can agree to everybody else about how wet that area is. And, you know, and it's not so much even for me, in my opinion, you know, the engineering firms, the town, all that, they're all sitting there with their rules and regulations. Peachy keen, you're doing your homework. But the problem is that you're not looking beyond those rules and regulations to see how it's impacting the surrounding areas. You know, you've got other people that are living there. They've lived there for a long time. Now you're taking away what appealed to them to move there in the beginning. So now you're taking some wetlands, and it's my assumption that the other properties are a done deal as well, which to me is, I think it's ludicrous. There's many times that I've gone out there, you know, listening to the thousands of peepers in the spring, the bullfrogs. I hear animals rustling around in that property. And now the animals are being displaced. I've got bears in my backyard now. It's been confirmed, amongst other animals. That's part of the territory, but still, you're carving up the woodlands. You're making it tough for these animals to have a life and a survival. You're making them go into these properties where they're going to turn around. They're going to be calling up people, the police, the animal control, because one of those animals ate their pet. You're tearing up the land, which is your identity. This place is farmlands. So this piece of property, yes, it's wetlands. My property across the street from that, I'm up on an incline. My incline literally has standing water because there's no place for it to go. I have a deep concern that my property value is going to shrink because I can't sell it, because now my land is turning into a swamp, because now you've got a development going up there. You got three houses approved already. Now you've got this one. That's lot 5. But that's also opening up opportunities for other people to take, or the same people to turn around and try to get waivers 10 years down the road to build more houses there. This is, I mean, Mr. Patton, I applaud you for being patient, because the more I listen to this, you know, my blood pressure is just up there. I'm sorry. This can't happen. I've been here for 10 years. Yes, I'm dealing with water. Yes, we've had unusual amounts of precipitation. But in the last couple of weeks, when we haven't had precipitation, I'm still walking on my backyard and I'm squishing in the mud. Where's my water going to go? My neighbor up the hill is complaining about water. My 2 neighbors on the street side, they're complaining about water. The Catacumag, the brook, is on the opposite side of my neighbor's property. Their backyard is a literal swamp. They can't do anything with it. You know, this is crazy. You know, you're sitting there making all these pretty plans for all these trees and shrubs and all that. Where are you going to place the animals? Where are you going to put all the water? This is crazy. You know, and I'm sorry for being excited like this, but, you know, and call me a tree hugger if you want. I don't care. But this town is going to become another Littleton, Chelmsford, Westford. They've built themselves up that their identity is now gone. Do you want Lunenburg to have this? I moved here because of the appeal of a small town. It's not being small anymore. Look at the projects around you. This is crazy. And to see this, it's just telling me that you're opening up a door to inconveniencing the people who live there already. You're inconveniencing them in property devaluations. You're putting a strain on the taxes, because now you've got to provide infrastructure, public safety, and all that to support them. You know, this, to me, it's madness. I'm sorry.
That's-
I think that's all I have to say. I think I stated my point very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you for those comments. I'll now call on David Rogers. Mr. Rogers, if you would state your name and address. Mr. Rogers has his hand up, and I don't show that he's on mute.
Says he's
It says-
connected to audio.
It's spinning.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully that resolves for him.
Huh.
Yeah, that's too bad. I like to ensure that people who want to be heard have an opportunity to be heard, but we do have a long evening, and I do need to keep things moving along.
Oh.
Um,
Oh,
There he
he's
is.
now on mute.
Unmute yourself, Dave.
Dave, you click it, you click in your box. And
There we
click
go.
unmute. There you go.
hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear
Oh,
you now. So yeah, so please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Dave Rogers, and I live with my wife at 82 Highland Street in Lunenburg. We've been a resident for 50 years.
Very good. Hang on. I think you moved away from the microphone or something. We suddenly can't hear you well again.
Okay.
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay.
I can, she said.
She said she
Yes.
can.
I
You can?
can. I can
Oh.
hear you. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. We have lived here for 50 years and very rarely do I step up on a residential issue, but I took the time to drive by the subject property and I concur with both Mr. Patton and Mr. and Mrs. Chapdelaine. When you go down there, it'll be very, very self-evident. And I think what we're trying to do here is to capture an opportunity for, and I would even call it marginal land. I mean, this is, it's in my, it's my considered opinion that this is not buildable and it's, I mean, it shouldn't even be thought of. But anyway, I will look forward to hearing the comments as this request goes forward. But when you walk the site, just wear a pair of loafers. And I think you'll be all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Okay, I think I've called on everybody that had their hand raised. We don't, again, we don't have DEP number, so we're not able to vote on this tonight. I think I am.
Excuse me, Madam Chairperson. I don't know
Yes.
how to raise my hand in here.
Okay.
I'm on my phone. Sorry. My name is Christina Senecal, and I am in here on behalf of my mom, who's at 255 Leominster Road. So I would be the swamp that Ray LaJoy was talking about. All that water is running into my mom's property.
Oh, okay. Would you say your
And-
last name again, just so I can make a note of it?
Yes, ma'am. Senecal.
Senecal. Okay, thank you.
Yes. So her property, my mom's property, is across the street from the wetlands. If you look at the map where the brook is on the other side of Leominster Road from the proposed project,
Mhm.
the corner of my mom's property goes right through that brook. Above where it says, above the pumping station.
Okay.
So, my concern is, yes, of course, all the animals, the ecosystem, but more so the runoff. So we are totally against the project. I mean, happening, because of how much more damage to other people's properties, we're gonna get from this, And that brook, I mean, I have no idea. All I know is everything's wet over there. You know what I mean? We're taking runoff from all sides of like the hill behind the property, the Woodruff, the town of Lunenburg Woodruff property, the brook, the runoff from up the hill, the runoff from the street not pitched right, the neighbor up behind us, with his driveway, and he's got a lot of runoff from the hill too. So yeah, it's really, really, I believe it would cause a bigger problem. My family's been there for like 70 years.
Thank you for your comments. And
Thank you.
thank you for speaking up. Even though you
Well-
didn't have the ability to raise your hand, but that's fine. We have to accommodate, the technology challenges, but I'm happy to do that.
I couldn't find it, and my granddaughter, my baby granddaughter's down there screaming, and I was like,
Fair
so
enough.
I was really trying hard. But thank you. I appreciate you hearing us.
Thank you. Okay, so I think I'm looking for a motion to continue to December 6th, if that makes sense to Justin.
I would agree with that.
So do I have that motion from a member of the commission?
So
I
moved
move
by
we
Jeff.
continue this until December 6th.
I second, Mike.
Okay, roll call vote. Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Tremblay,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
everybody.
And me,
Mike LaRouche,
aye.
and I for myself. So that's continue this on December 6th. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll be sure to send the link out to you so you have a PDF of the submitted set.
Thank you. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Steve Powell for the construction of a single-family and associated site work at 171 Arbor Street. Do we have Steve Powell and or his representative on the call here tonight?
You got Brian Marchetti here with McCarty Engineering.
Hi, Brian.
Hi.
If you want to give us an overview of your project and what the plan is.
Yeah, I'm gonna share the screen. So, all right, again, my name is Brian Marchetti, McCarty Engineering. Here tonight on behalf of PS&G Realty, 393 435 LLC. The property here is at 171 Arbor Street. It's a 21.3 acre parcel in the Residence A zoning district. It's currently undeveloped. This parcel did have some earth removal activity on it 30 plus years ago, long before the applicant purchased this property back in 2016. We had the wetlands flagged back in 2017 when we first started looking at this piece. We went on to other projects and now we're coming back to it. We had the wetlands reflagged in August of this year, 2023, by Three Oaks Environmental, Mary Ann DePinto. So what the development plan here is a 4-lot subdivision. And as you can see on this plan, we highlighted the red lines, being this line here is the 100-foot buffer zone. This is the 50-foot no structure zone. This is the 30-foot no disturb. And then the green line back here is the actual wetland line. This property also has a priority habitat line that bisects it, starts right here, runs across the property. So what you see shaded in gray is the development area within priority habitat. It's just over 2 acres. So as part of this filing for basically 2 house lots that impact the buffer zones, we've got, let's see here, we have lot 2, which is this lot here. We've got a portion of the house within the 100-foot buffer zone. We've got stormwater infrastructure here, which is a rain garden, dry well. That's also outside of the 50-foot. It's between the 50 and 100-foot. And then we have some miscellaneous grading that goes just inside the 50-foot no structure zone. And that's all. Lot 3, the house stormwater infrastructure for lot 3 is completely out of the buffer zone. All we show back here is some grading that occurs within the 150 and up to the 30, but it does not go into the 30-foot no touch. So we're staying outside of the 30-foot no touch. As part of the subdivision design, the stormwater infrastructure, which stormwater from the drive or the roadway is collected by catch basins routed through infiltration or water quality units, and it gets discharged to this infiltration basin. So the stormwater here, it's part of what will be town-owned property. It's not private property on these residents' land. In meeting with Adam Burney before he left, we planned this development out so that the stormwater infrastructure would remain on town-owned land, so it could be maintained in perpetuity. And that is located within the 100-foot buffer zone, and just the outlet berm is within the 50, but that is also outside of the 30-foot no touch. So no part of this development will be taking place within the 30-foot no touch.
Oh, Brian, are you moving your mouse? It's not moving for me.
Well, I
Okay.
wasn't moving it. So I mean, this,
Oh, okay.
this is the stormwater infrastructure. This is the basin that's within town-owned property. So this
Okay.
lot line here would be part of the actual subdivision right of way.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now I
So
understand.
that the town would be able to maintain that stormwater infrastructure. There are other projects in town that were built in the past that stormwater infrastructure is on private property. So whether it's maintained or not is out of the control of the town, and it can lead to, issues down the road. So dividing a property like this to put all the stormwater infrastructure within the town's property is the best way to ensure that it'll be maintained in working order. All the stormwater runoff from this development, again, is controlled by stormwater infrastructure within the right of way, and is routed through stormwater BMPs that treat it, that exceed the Mass DEP stormwater standards. It also meets the Lunenburg local bylaws, which requires a 1-inch water quality volume for 90% total suspended solids removal and 60% phosphorus removal. Being only a 4-lot subdivision, this project is not required to meet the stormwater standards because it's only 4 lots. So according to the state regulations, it's not required to meet it. However, we are providing everything here to not only meet but exceed the state standards and Lunenburg's local bylaws. But again, I want to stress this project here before you tonight is only for the 2 house lots really that are within jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission, not the whole subdivision, but I just wanted to explain the background of the subdivision and why we're doing this, so you understand what the stormwater BMPs are controlling there.
Thank you for that context.
You can see on the house lots, both lots 2 and 3, or all the lots, you can see that we have the same setup for each individual lot. We've got the P-zone diaphragms along the driveways. Those provide pre-treatment to the rain gardens, so they both slow down the flow, they filter the stormwater, they also recharge stormwater, but they direct the flows from the driveway and the impervious areas to the rain gardens, where the rain gardens promote infiltration. They clean the water through the mulch substrate and the engineered soils that are underneath the mulch that help infiltrate and treat the stormwater runoff. So they give a very high level of both total suspended solids removal and phosphorus and nitrogen removal. So stormwater wise, the designs for these lots exceed the state and local bylaws. Being within priority habitat, we were required to file with the National Heritage Endangered Species Program. They did come back to us beginning of the month with 4 comments or 3 comments. The comments were addressed, but one of the comments was we had to hire a a state-approved environmental scientist to do a habitat assessment for the property. This particular priority habitat is for the Blandings turtle. So that habitat assessment was conducted and it was just submitted yesterday. So they sent it to Natural Heritage for review. We got confirmation it's been received and it's under review. So because it was just yesterday, I'm sure you haven't had an opportunity to see it yet. But the synopsis was the area is confirmed habitat for the Blandings turtle. The high priority or the prime habitat is to the north of the development, which is all within the wetland system. There's one sandy area on the property. It's less than an acre within that priority habitat line. That
Where is that located? Can you show us approximately on this
Yep.
drawing?
So it's basically right in here. There was a portion of the site where the woods was removed. Like I said, 30 plus years ago. You can go back on Google Earth and historic aerials, and it was pre-1995. You can see that the earliest one you can see on Google Earth is 1995. It was already excavated, so it was likely, the decade or so before then. They took out some of the forest and left the sandy soils substrate that was down there. This site is a very sandy, loose soil. It's really good gravel, which is a prime habitat for nesting. However, for the turtles to get to it, it's in a significant cut. So basically the turtles would have to climb up the slope and they would fall down a 10, 20-foot slope down to the sandy area to lay their eggs, and then likely would never get back. So the recommendation that was made in the habitat assessment, which again, I will send to you tomorrow, if you don't already have it. I'm not sure if it was sent to you.
No, we don't have it.
Address.
And we don't have the drawings either. So,
All right.
or at least they're not in the shared drive.
Transmitted to the commission. So I know they were received. I forget who received them. It was confirmed, but I'll send them all again so you have everything tomorrow to look at.
Thank you.
But the recommendation was that as part of this development, just to reestablish a sandy area against a small area closer to the wetland. A location is yet to be identified, but it could be anywhere along this 30-foot, we'll stay out of the 30-foot, but we could put it anywhere along the wetland line instead of being outside of the 100-foot buffer. And it's so as simple as excavating a flat landing pad that's, a quarter of an acre or less for the turtles to be able to access and nest. So our environmental analyst said that he sees no issue with it. He thinks National Heritage will have no issue with it, and that he would they would look favorably on that recommendation to just provide a nesting habitat somewhere closer to the wetland line. So the last thing I want to point out is Mass DEP did review it. They provided a DEP number and they had no comments. So as part of this process, obviously, we are filing with the planning board as well. The planning board continued the last hearing. I believe same kind of reason. There were just issues with notifications with Adam Burney being gone. And, we didn't see an issue with it because we still had to meet with conservation as well. So we're going to be having a couple meetings here in tandem with you. Just so you're aware, the planning board's third-party review engineer, Graves Engineering, responded this week with their comments. And there was nothing relative to the wetlands. They were in agreement that the stormwater design was exceeded or compliant with the state regulations and town regulations. And really their comments were generally just with respect to subdivision design, like roadway design, roadway curvature, limits of clearing at the street, and things like that. So none of their comments had anything to do with conservation jurisdiction. So with that, I would leave this to questions.
Can you zoom in a little on the map?
Yep.
On the drawing?
Thank you, Chris.
Any particular area?
Center the cul-de-sac in the center of the map. Yeah, that, thank you.
Yeah, so Brian, I was out there this weekend with Chris and Mike. We were out doing our site walks.
Yep.
And we found what we thought was the wetlands delineation, but it seemed like there was so we went out into that sandy pit area and then
Mhm.
walked over the the tall berm, as you so well described, right? But it seemed like there were delineation markers coming, like more, I would say, towards the how is the best way of doing it? Let me just request remote control
Sure.
here. It seemed like right in here there was some delineation out there, and we might have misunderstood the delineation
I don't see where you're,
lines.
I'm not seeing that on a plan. Okay, I see it now.
Yeah, so
No,
it seemed like we saw some right in that vicinity.
Now, you're looking at survey traverse. So they hang flags where the surveyors go and traverse across the property.
Okay. I would like to actually get out there and walk that property with your wetland scientist.
Okay.
Just so that I'm clear, because those were the only flags that we saw this weekend.
Okay.
And we walked, all around in here.
Yeah, there was obviously walking around in there, though, there's no wetlands. You're outside the 100-foot buffer. You gotta walk right down to the bottom of the slope.
All around in here. Right? So we didn't see flags. So I'd like to walk it with a wetland scientist.
Certainly. It's a very defined edge of wetlands down there. So she could walk that with you.
Yeah, I would expect it to be unambiguous, but I would also expect to see the flags and for that to be unambiguous as well.
She went out in August and reflagged, and she refreshed the flags on the ones that had been, worn away or ripped off between 17. So they should be. Okay.
And in that, are you taking down trees anywhere along
Yes.
this in the 30 or the 50?
Not in the 30, but yes, in the 50. Yep.
Okay. And I don't see any trees marked here.
The proposed, let me see. Can you still see my cursor?
Hang on. I think I need to uncontrol give back your remote control. There you go, Brian.
So this line here
Yeah.
is the erosion control line. It's also the tree line. That's our limited clearing. You see there's a bubble tree line that follows this. So we come inside the 50 in here. And then we come out here to the, oops, sorry.
Yes, your math is correct. I am 61, but that's the reason to do it, not the other.
So,
Well, of course, you're entitled to your opinion, but I can't begin.
so up in this area here, we're clearing out to the 30. Within the 50, but out to the 30.
Mm-hmm. And why are you clearing up in there?
Because I mean, this site is it's a subdivision, but the applicant is also using the gravel.
Okay, so they're going to be removing the gravel up in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume that's also been part of the ESP submittal as well?
Yep. Yeah, they got the entire site plan package.
Okay. But I don't think we have that. All I saw was the NOI in our folder.
Well, that's.
And I'm not saying that you didn't give it to us. I'm just saying that I don't have access to it right now.
Well, no, that's just what this is. It's just a notice of intent for the development of these lots. So as part of these lots, we're grading to those limits.
Okay.
There's no separate earth removal requirement as part of this.
Okay, I'll open the floor now to other members of the commission. Chris, you have your hand up.
Yes, is there gonna be any town utilities, either water or sewer, or is everything private?
It's all private wells and septic systems.
Do we have other questions or comments by members of the commission?
I guess electric. Electric's gonna be the only thing that's provided by the town here.
So I think my fellow commissioners are still gathering their thoughts. I, for one, am not I'm not in favor of removing trees within the 50. If there's not some reason like there is a structure there or we needed to have a driveway access or something, because the intent of the Wetland Protection Act, according to my understanding and the training that I've received, is that we're supposed to protect the habitat and protect the by protecting that habitat, we're also protecting the resource area. So to me, but again, as one member of the commission, removing trees all along that perimeter of the wetland, it doesn't seem to be necessary. So I would not be in favor of that, but I'm just one vote.
Yeah, and I do just want to, if I can comment on that, is the activities proposed here fall within what's allowed within your bylaws and the state bylaw. So the 50-foot no touch zone.
No structure, 50-foot no structure.
It's a no structure zone. Yep. So, and as defined in your bylaws, the no structure is pavement, it's foundations, houses. So it doesn't specifically exclude the clearing of trees.
No, you're correct. It doesn't. But it does say that trees can't be removed without permission. And again, the training that I've received is that the permission, we should just be granting permission if it protects a house structure or is necessary for access to a house structure. So again, that's just my training and my interpretation of that. So I'm only one member of the board.
Yep.
Okay, if there are no, oh, okay, Bob, you have your hand up.
Well, you know what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that I think the chair is making up regulations that don't exist. And enforcing and creating standards that don't exist to suit her personal opinion about the importance of trees and you know, and that they shouldn't be removed unless there's some absolute reason. But she and I are both well aware of our mutually different opinions. But I just want to say that there is a different point of view on the commission. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Bob. And I respect your opinion on that. Do we have other questions or comments from members of the commission? Okay, I think with that, I think I'm looking for a motion to continue. Or
Madam
would
Chair?
entertain other motions. Yeah.
I just, I'm wondering, they have a DEP number.
Yes.
There were no comments. I know you wanted to have some clarification of the wetlands flags. What else are we asking of the applicant between now and a continued hearing?
I didn't hear that we were asking anything else.
Well, then why are we continuing it?
Oh, well, because I did ask to go and walk the
So you-
verify that the delineation was there, because I was out there this weekend and I didn't see it.
All right, thank you so much. I understand now.
Okay.
So, but there's nothing else other than a site walk that we're requesting at this time. Do I have it right?
That's my understanding.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd make a motion, we continue to December 6th if the chair is entertaining motions.
Thank you, Bob. Do we have a second for that?
Rich Trevor, will second.
Brian, I assume that's acceptable to you?
Yes. We're not,
You know what? I did fail to ask for comments from members of the public. And so I'll just pause right now before we go to roll call vote and ask for comments from members of the public. John, you have your hand up. Would you please state your name and address?
Yes. Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Good. I'm John Rowdenot. I'm at 155 Arbor Street for the past 35 years. And we're the direct abutter in the lower left corner of the diagram. Brian, I think, is going to point to that. So I just had a few comments I wanted to make briefly. The first thing I wanted to point out is that my water well is in the upper right corner of my property there. Maybe Brian could point to it. And the way they've designed this, it's within 100 feet of the proposed septic system. So that's probably a Board of Health issue, but I wanted to point that out.
Yeah, that's not a Wetlands Protection Act issue, but thank you for pointing that out. Did you have other questions or comments?
I did. Also, I'm concerned about the disturbance to the water table, that especially the removal of all these trees and such are going to do, and the change in the natural drainage. That well there is actually a shallow well, and the groundwater level is only 13 feet below ground level. So I'm concerned about the construction and the removal of trees and the effect it's going to have on the groundwater level. Is that a conservation issue?
Not the groundwater level, but certainly the removal of trees will affect the drainage into the wetland.
Right. So my third point, which was already brought up, was the encroachment, especially of lot 2 into the 100-foot buffer zone. And so that discussion was noted, I guess. I'm also concerned about the tree removal plan. I think that these lots are going to be pretty much clear cut to remove the soil. If I could, through the chair, direct that question to Brian and ask that.
yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So if for those of members who walk the site, you'll notice that there's dozens and dozens of large pine trees, 18-inch diameter trees that cover most of the lot, especially lots 1 and 2. There is an open area in the middle where the cul-de-sac is, but I believe one of the conservation rules on the submission is to specify the number of trees to be removed. Was that information provided?
It hasn't been provided, but I don't know of a regulation that requires us to flag and number all the trees.
Yeah, and I would have to say that if it's within the 30, definitely. If they're removing trees within the 30, but outside of the 30, it's discretionary for the Conservation Commission, for the Conservation Commission's direction.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate, we're not touching anything within the 30.
Okay, I thought I read in the doc package it's supposed to be submitted to the Conservation Committee that it's supposed to indicate that. I thought I had a note here about on page 8, number of trees to be removed in the Lunenburg regulations. Maybe I read it wrong.
John, do send that to me if you find it, right? Because I would be interested in reading it myself.
Right. Just two more quick comments. One on the habitat analysis. I did hear Brian's comments on the turtle analysis there and the mitigation. Also, there's a lot of deer on this property. I happen to have a game camera in my backyard, and in the last 7 days, it triggered 11 times for deer crossing through from the back property through my property. So I don't know, again, whose jurisdiction that is, but as has been commented by others on prior meetings, you know, the disturbance to the animal habitat, you know, it is not a good thing. And my final concern, again, back to the trees, from my house looking back, my view now is of dozens of these 75-foot pine trees, and to take them down for no reason, to be able to clear out the sand, just doesn't seem like a good decision on my part. I did speak to the owner, and I've actually spoken to Brian about walking the property and trying to come up with a compromise on a small buffer zone along my property edge, so that they didn't remove any more trees than were necessary to, you know, without any major impact to the building. So I was hoping that the Conservation Committee would support that kind of an approach, where we had a reasonable buffer, leaving the existing mature trees.
So if I can just speak to some of John's comments. We did meet and discuss. He did send an email to the applicant, and the applicant is available and willing to walk the site. The septic system on this plan, this isn't the proposed septic design. That will be designed after the lots get approved. The septic will be 100 feet away. Right now, as shown, it's like 70 or 80 something feet. It just shows here in this location, just a box with SAS. So this septic system has plenty of room to move well outside the 100-foot buffer zone through that well, which it will. It would never be approved through the Board of Health without being outside that 100-foot radius. So we acknowledge that. We did talk about in the back corner here around the well, not grading up to the property line, leaving some buffer. Again, the applicant agreed to walk the line with them and discuss how to revise that. There were some comments with Graves Engineering, the town's third-party review consultant, about how we were grading the roadway. We agreed we're going to pull this grading back to maintain a bigger buffer along this lot line. So we'll do that. We'll meet with you, John, on site just to discuss this and talk about that. We haven't had a planning board meeting yet. I believe that's the week after Thanksgiving. So all these points you're discussing will be addressed, and we are, you know, we're not ignoring you. We are willing to come out there and walk and talk with you.
And I would just point out that all of that's outside of the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission.
I fully understands we are in agreement. You know,
Yeah.
as the chair just said, everything here tonight is just within this outer red line. It's all the Conservation Commission has jurisdiction on.
Exactly. John, did you have any other comments?
No, that was it. And I will acknowledge that Brian has, I have spoken to him a couple of times, and he's been receptive to my comments. So hopefully we'll be able to work out something that satisfies both parties. And thank you for listening tonight.
Thank you. Bob, you had your hand raised?
Well, you took the words out of my mouth, but that whole thing's not in our jurisdiction. It's well outside the 100-foot buffer, and it's not germane to wetlands in any case. So, but you already did that, and so I took my hand down.
Okay, thank you, Bob. I'll call on Mike and Debbie Chapdelaine And again, if you would state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Debbie Chapdelaine, 208 Leominster Road. I'm just making an observation here. I know we were commenting on the previous hearing. It's just, I guess it's frustrating. I mean, these parcels of land that have made Lunenburg what Lunenburg is and what its appeal to residents have been. Now, all of a sudden, these properties are being developed, and I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think either of these projects are developed by Lunenburg residents. They're coming in, they're finding creative ways of getting lots in, and they may be, going by the rules and regs, but you're not looking at the bigger picture and the effect that these things are having on the abutters and the town of Lunenburg as a whole. I realize a lot of it is in your jurisdiction, but I just I think it's sad, and I think it's frustrating, and I think we're going to be paying dearly for it down the road. So just a comment. Thank you.
Owned by a town Lunenburg resident, by the way.
I'm sorry?
I said this property is owned by a town Lunenburg resident.
The developer is?
The property owner is.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well,
Thank you.
a long time Lunenburg resident, as I
Okay.
understand it.
I thought he was just doing the site work. I'm sorry. That's my.
Not, but maybe not germane to the issue at hand, but still, thank you for your comments.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
If we don't have any further comments, I will get back to, we had a motion on the floor and a second to continue this hearing to December 6th. So I am going to take a roll call vote. Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
Michael LaRouche,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Rich Tremblay,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
and I for myself. Okay, thank you. Moving along. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by DJ and Krista Palma for
Madam
replacement.
Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I
Yes,
don't need to interrupt you, but did you want to handle those minutes before you take on another?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mike.
All right.
I got bogged down in our long hearings. So before we proceed, we do have meeting minutes that are in the folder. We have already voted on. There are two in the folder, May 17th and June 7th. We've already voted and approved the May 17th ones. June 7th are the ones that we have not yet taken action on. I have looked those over and I am happy with us voting on those tonight. Do I have a motion to accept those?
I move to accept those minutes as written.
Do I have a second? For St. Germain, thank you. We'll do a roll call vote. Rich Tremblay,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Michael LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
Bob Pease,
Aye.
and I for myself. Okay, those are approved now. Thank you for that, Mike. And thank you, Bob, also for putting it on my table. But I was anxious to get
Mary,
down this list.
I believe we sent out today the minutes from the last meeting. And that all of the people, all the members of the commission received them from 11/1/2023.
I didn't have a chance to read those. And they are not in the folder. I don't know.
No, they're not in the folder. I did email them directly to all the members.
Okay. Has everybody else had a chance to review those? I have not.
Madam
I think,
Chair,
say that again, Mike.
I have not either, Madam Chair.
Bob, I think we need to table that for another meeting.
And back to our public hearings.
Yeah, it was a great try, though. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, back to the script. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by DJ and Krista Palma for a replacement retaining wall at 39 Island Road. Do we have the Palmas here tonight and or their representative?
Madam Chair, Greg Roy with Dillson Roy. I'm representing the applicants this evening. Can you all
Thank you,
hear me?
Greg.
You're welcome. I think that the applicants are here, at least they were. I don't see them actually at the moment, but I think they may be here. May I share my screen, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, how's that? Can people see the screen? And I will zoom in here in a minute.
Yeah, I can see it. And I would
Okay.
appreciate you zooming in.
You bet. Okay, so it's 9 o'clock, so I'm going to try to be as brief as I can because I have, including this one, 7 of the remaining hearings. So I don't want it to be as long of a night as it has to be. I'm here representing the applicants. In late September, the applicants began work on the replacement of the wall, retaining wall at the property, and received a notification correspondence from your office relative to the need to file for a notice of intent for the work. Immediately upon receipt of that documentation, they contacted me. Because they were not indeed aware of that requirement. I think they're doing a lot of the work themselves. They immediately contacted my office, and we put together and filed a notice of intent in early October. I think it was on October 2nd. We were hopeful to get on the October 18th meeting. And I understand the situation that the commission is in, so I'm certainly not trying to assign any blame here. But I did want to just make the record clear that the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I wanted to make it clear to the commission that the applicants were very responsive to the Conservation Commission's enforcement once they received it. But the only reason we're here on November 15th is just due to staffing related issues, I think, in the office. So as you can see with the plan, the property, the existing structures are shown here in the peach color on the property. Hickory Hills Lake is shown in blue. The edge of the pond is the blue line here. The limit of your 30-foot no touch zone is shown in red, the dotted red line here. The limit of the 50-foot no build zone is shown in green, and the 100-foot buffer zone is shown in blue. The gray, solid gray hatch here is the location of the existing and proposed wall. So the intent here was to replace a failing retaining wall with a newer block retaining wall structure. So we went out, we surveyed the location. The wall had been removed by the time we had been there, but there was clear evidence as to where that retaining wall had existed. And so we have designed the new retaining wall in the exact location that it was where it had existed previously. The entire balance of the wall is within a previously disturbed area of the site and happens to be located completely outside of your 30-foot no touch zone. There are no tree removals associated with this project. So we do not have that issue before your commission. So really it's just a albeit after the fact filing, but it's a remove and replace of a retaining wall that was otherwise failing with a newer modern day concrete block type retaining wall structure. we did receive a DEP file number for this project. They had a comment on it relative to a septic system design, which I believe was Aaron's, because we are not proposing any changes to the septic system on this lot. So I'm not sure if signals got crossed with DEP. It is indeed just a retaining wall replacement project. So with that, I will stop talking and take any questions from members of the commission, or certainly any questions from any members of the audience.
Thank you for that, Greg. Yeah, I was out there this weekend and met with DJ, and you know, he took me through the project and the site. He does have up a silt fence. It has some straw bales out there. And, honestly, you know, I'd be happy with him. They weren't continuous around the silt fence. I'd be fine with him continuing to, you know, get a few more bales out there to protect against erosion flowing underneath the silt fence. I don't necessarily think he needs to go to the extent of buying straw wattles. That's just me as one member of the commission. I thought it looked like a pretty straightforward job. So I was and I was happy with what was proposed. I'll call on other members of the commission now. Rich Tremblay, you have your hand raised. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greg, the existing wall that's being taken down, what is it constructed of?
I believe it was a wooden wall, Rich. I'm not sure. It was if DJ was on the phone, he would tell me probably, but I think it was
They
a
were
wooden
cross
wall.
ties there.
Yeah.
They were on the job site.
So it was a wooden wall that was, you know, in disrepair and really it was falling down and really needed to be replaced.
Do you know if there's a plan to remove those from the site once the new wall's in place?
I do believe so, yes.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. No other questions.
Do we have questions or comments from other members of the commission? Was just looking for, and I've not found it yet, our administrator's notes. That's what I'm looking for. And I don't know if, Bob, you're usually pretty good about finding those faster than me. I think we got a recommendation from Brianna.
I'm looking.
While you were looking, Madam Chair, if I may,
Greg,
just some
please go ahead.
just some additional information. I just looked up the DEP file number on the mass.gov site, and just to verify the comments. There was one comment issued, and it says SDS replacement new drinking water well in BZ. We have none of those on this site, so I'm not sure exactly what they're referring to, but there is, other than that, there were no other comments. So I don't believe there was any comments that were really relative to the proposed project.
Yeah, those just seem to be out of place. I looked it up while you were talking earlier, and I don't think it's
We've submitted
relevant.
we submitted a lot of applications in the last month to your commission, and so I don't know, maybe they were getting confused with something else, but
Yeah, or misregistration, you know, from what they were doing on one screen and the next screen.
Yeah.
Jeff Viviano, you have your hand raised. Please proceed.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Are there any pictures of this retaining wall that was existing, or is there no evidence, I guess?
Yeah,
to this
there,
point?
Chris, you took pictures there, yeah? Are you in a position to be able to share those?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just looking at near maps and the history, and I went back a few years, and it's tough to tell, but it looked like there was a planting bed up on the top level, but there's no real evidence of a wall, I guess.
Go. Thank you, Chris.
Sure. So this is the closest to the house. And this is how it goes around the corner towards the driveway. Another angle.
Yeah, and Jeff too, I don't know if the photos will show it or not, but there's also all the cross ties that they've taken out of there are all piled
Okay.
up next to the driveway as well, and
Okay.
they were
Okay.
severely degraded. And
That's my
a
concern.
big enough pile that it's really evident that they have been part of a wall.
Yeah, and I'm sure he must be familiar with Hickory Hills to the point where I'm sure he knows that there was a wall there. So, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Chris. Bob, I couldn't find those notes. Oh, Bob, you have your hand up. I'll call on you.
I can't find the notes. I would say that I did go over and take a look at this, when it first came up. In fact, I think I was the person, who contacted, or I might have had asked the office to contact, the applicant. And, they have been very responsive, and I have absolutely no problems with the application as presented.
Thank you, Bob. I share your comments there. So I think I'm looking for a motion to approve with just the added note that we want to get some type of straw wattle or straw bales all the way around that silt fence.
Madam Chair, I second that.
Now you're gonna make it, Mike.
All right, I make the motion to approve this application along with the protection of the wattles.
Yeah, wattles or straw bales. They already have straw bales there.
Okay.
They're just not continuous. Do we have a second?
I'll second
I
that,
second.
Jeff.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I got Jeff. And we'll go for a roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Tremblay,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Michael LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. Let's to approve this NOI. Very good. Thank you, Greg.
You bet. You can't get rid of me too much.
I
Yeah.
know. We're stuck with you tonight.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Bob.
before you take up this next group of applications from Kilburn Street, I would note that the DEP recommended or requested that we not close out the RDA until the NOIs had been approved. So I suggest we start with the NOI rather than with the RDA. It's just a suggestion, Madam Chair.
That's a great suggestion, a great reminder, Bob.
It doesn't matter
Yeah.
to us because we're not gonna probably close. We're not gonna close the orders, the ones with the notice of intents this evening anyways, because there's no DEP file numbers. So I don't think it,
That's what I was just thinking,
doesn't
that
matter.
that we didn't have those DEP numbers, so we couldn't close them even if we wanted to. Okay. So in that case, I'll just go in order because it's easier for me to manage in order. But we won't, we'll have to continue the RDA as well. So pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and the Town of Lunenburg's Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination by Timmerick Realty Trust for construction of a single-family home and septic at 20 Kilburn Street, Lot 1. And Greg, is this you as their representative?
Yes, I am Greg Roy with Dilson Roy. I'm representing the applicant, Timmerick Realty Trust, for this lot as well as the other two lots known as 20 Kilburn Street that you referenced, but I will just take lot 1 here. But I'll open my remarks by saying that we did receive correspondence from DEP. I think that might have been the correspondence that Bob was referencing, but I don't remember them saying that you couldn't act on the RDA. Honestly, I guess I'll say for the life of me, I don't know why you could not act on the RDA independently of the notice of intent. It's a separate lot, and I'll explain that in a minute. But having said that, I know we're not going to close the other two lots because we don't have DEP file numbers. So, I mean, I guess we're happy to keep this one open to the extent that the commission feels like it needs to be. But just for reference, lot 1, these 3 lots, lot 1, 2, and 3, which are lots 1 and 2 are located on Leominster Road. Lots 3, which we'll talk about later, is located on Kilburn Street. All 3 of these lots are part of a 90-acre piece of property owned by Timmerick Realty Trust. You can see it here. It's a rather oddly shaped piece of property that kind of goes all the way back down towards Massapog Pond, believe it or not. Down here towards the back of this, down off the page. We've been working on this project with the applicants for a few years, doing soil testing on the site to explore the feasibility of constructing septic systems on the lot. This area is outside of the sewer area, so we do in fact need to put septic systems. They need to be supported by septic systems. We have found 3 suitable areas for the construction of septic systems. And so I just wanted to give you that context, where the lots are in relation to the entire property. So really, as a portion of the entire property, we're really only talking about a very small amount of the land. So most of this 90-acre piece is not proposed to be developed as part of this application. Lot 1, then, I'm going to zoom in. We have prepared a septic plan for lot 1. The proposed house would be constructed in the location shown here in the peach colored area. Leominster Road is right here. There's actually an existing driveway that comes through the subject property in an easement that accesses, I think, 2 homes abutting this property. But that driveway is in fact in an easement through the subject property. We would be constructing another driveway adjacent to that for access to the proposed house. A very small portion of that pavement area would fall within your buffer zone, the buffer zone to the wetland. So the blue line here is the limit of the 100-foot buffer zone. The green line is the limit of the 50-foot buffer zone. So we have approximately 15 to 20 feet of work proposed in the outer 15 to 20 feet of the buffer zone on this lot. In similar fashion, the proposed septic system is in this location here. There'll be a septic tank with a sewer line constructed over to the leaching field here, and the associated grading that would be required to construct that septic field, a very small portion of it, about 10 feet. There's about 10 feet within the buffer zone proposed right in this trapezoidal area here. So that's why we dared to submit this lot as a request for determination of applicability, because it didn't seem like it rose to the level of needing a full-blown order of conditions, given that we were proposing rather minimal work within the buffer zone in that it was in the outer reaches of the buffer zone, nothing within 50 feet, everything outside of 75 feet, as a matter of fact. So I will stop, I think, with that. And take any questions from the commission on this. As I said in my opening remarks, I mean, I guess if the commission feels they can't act on this, and you want to roll with DEP's comment on this, we don't have any strong objection to that. I just don't really understand why it would relate to the other orders. But I'll leave that up to your judgment.
Greg, thanks for that. The existing property that's being subdivided and where these lots are in relationship to each other, I don't have that. At least I didn't find that in the folder. Now, unlike some of the other, I at least have your site plans and the the package. I was tickled with that.
The overall plan, Mary, is hot off the press. I apologize.
Okay.
I didn't get that to the commission.
Could you get that to us? I would
Yes,
appreciate
I
that.
I certainly will.
And do copy me on it, because if if I get it, there's a chance I can get it in there before Ashley has a chance to.
Yeah, I certainly will.
Okay, this seems pretty straightforward to me, but I would be inclined to follow the advice from DEP because they see a hell of a lot more of these than we do. But I will open the floor to my fellow commissioners in case they have questions or comments. Jeff, I see your hand raised.
Yeah,
you have
Madam
the floor.
Chair. Thank you. Greg, just a question. Is there any other way to access the rest of the property from any other road? Like if they wanted to develop that other acreage other than crossing that wetland?
Out in here?
Yeah. I mean, do they have plans to develop any other portions of that property? And is there access from another road?
Yeah, excellent question. We did do soil testing in that area, and we did not find suitable soils. So and I do believe you would have to access it through a wetland resource area. So
yeah, I guess that's my only comment is they're kind of crunching their land. If they want to develop it, they should probably supply access now instead of building on
yeah, well,
one of their points where they could access the rest of their land instead of crossing a wetland. So
right, and there actually is no way to get into this portion of the site without crossing a wetland. So the proposed developments that we're doing here would not, I guess I'll use a big word, derogate from any ability to get into the site.
Yeah,
probably the best place to get in would be right here with the narrow sections of wetlands. We did extensive work on numerous occasions out here to try to find additional areas for septic systems, and we were unsuccessful in finding additional areas. So we did look at this holistically. The applicant, I think, would have loved to have gotten a few extra lots out here if it was feasibly possible to do so. So at this time, the 3 lots is what is being proposed. There are no plans that I know of for the remaining land.
okay. I mean, I guess I'm just kind of torn here because, in 3 years, once these are done, there's a request to cross a wetland. So that, I guess that's me just looking at the whole project, but.
I guess if we had found areas, I guess to answer it this way, Jeff, if we had found areas back in here, and we had a 4th lot, say, that utilized some of this other upland area, we would have to cross wetlands to get there. There's no way we wouldn't have been able to, even if we came in here and found a way to come in with a direct, we'd still have to cross this wetland. This is all wet all the way down, contiguous all the way around the whole site. So there's really no way to get in there without crossing a wetland. So proposing these lots the way we're proposing them is not cutting off an access point that we would have to that upland land, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Do we have other questions or comments from members of the commission? Chris St. Germain, I'll recognize you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. What was the DEP recommendation or findings? I didn't catch that.
The DEP came back. DEP has not issued a file number. We're finding they're doing this more often now. They emailed us some comments that said that they were looking for this overall plan, which is why we prepared it. And they've also asked us for wetland delineation forms to support the delineation of the wetland, which we have not yet performed. We have all the required field work. We did perform a wetland delineation out here with a wetland specialist. All of the lines you see here were flagged by a wetland specialist, and we have all the field data that we need. We just have to go through and formalize those forms. So those are the two things that I can recall. And so we are going to be providing those information. My understanding is they're not going to issue file numbers until that information is provided. So we will certainly be doing that. We will copy your commission when we submit that information to DEP.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, I don't see any other questions by members of the commission. I'll open the floor to members of the public, and I see Joan has her hand raised. Please state your name and address.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Joan Hoyt. My husband Philip is sitting here with me, and he may have some comments as well. We live at 39 Kilburn Street, which is right across from lot 3 on this map. We always tell people coming to our house, we're on the big curve in Kilburn Street, and everybody knows where that is. So so we live there. We've lived here for 25 years, and I'm not a scientist nor any kind of environmentalist, but I am an observer. And for most of the 25 years that we've lived here, we've seen a lot of water across the street at all times of the year. In addition, there are springs that run down. There's a spring near our neighbor's property that runs under the street. There are culverts that go under Kilburn Street and empty water into this area directly across the street from us. And it's almost always wet. Another issue that I think is important to consider is that this, unfortunately, I've met with the head of the DPW a couple times about trash dumping across the street from our house on this big curve in that area, on that land. And he said it's been a trash dump area for years and they can't seem to do anything about it. But some of the things that are dumped are paint cans, car batteries, tires, other kinds of debris that have to, in my opinion, must include hazardous waste, because there's nothing unhazardous about leaving decaying batteries on land. So in addition, we've seen people stop there and throw all kinds of things out of their cars down there and then drive quickly off. As I said, it is, it's a wetland, and Mr. Roy actually indicated that all of this is an existing wetland around lot 3. And I don't understand how it could possibly support a house lot and a septic system there without doing things such as changing the water table, changing the flow of the water, etc. Also, we have a lot of wildlife there. We have deer. We've had bears twice coming through there and up onto our property. Of course, we have raccoons. We have possums. We have coyotes. There's a lot of wildlife there. So I know that's another thing that the commission considers, is whether wildlife should be displaced by these things. by these buildings and developments. So like I said, I'm not a scientist. I'm just an observer, but I think there's a lot more to this than for you to consider environmentally than just what Mr. Roy has said. I'm not saying he's trying to hide any of this. I'm sure he's not, but he may not be familiar with it. We are, because we've lived here for 25 years, and I would urge you to maybe do a site visit, maybe do some, talk to some people, maybe talk to the DPW about, I don't know, we have a new DPW person from the one who told me about that it's been known as a trash dump for years. But there are an awful lot of issues here, I think, with this land. And the main one, of course, is that it's wet all the time. So I wanted you to know that, and just perhaps request that you do a site visit there as well and consider all these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan.
Thank you.
Yes, and I was down there this weekend. So I have been down in that area. And Bob, I'll call on you in just a minute. So I am interested in public comment, and I do want to respect the right of and encourage people to come and comment. We do want to try to keep the commentary relative to the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission, and that specifically is the Wetlands Protection Act, because we do have a lot that we need to get through tonight. So we'll try to stay focused on that moving forward. Bob, I'll call on you.
Appreciate it.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Craig, yes.
I did just want to say really quickly that I am going to give a much more detailed presentation on lot 2 and 3 when you take them up in a few minutes. And I think I would probably address a lot of the things. So if you wanted to try and limit it to just lot 1 at this point, I am going to talk more thoroughly about lot 2 and 3.
That's a good point. So if any members of the public that have their hands raised right now are more interested or concerned with lots 2 and 3 versus lot 1, you can certainly reserve your commentary for that. Bob, you took your hand down.
I was gonna say that we should limit the comments right now to lot 1 and to things that are in the jurisdiction of the Wetlands Committee, and the displacement of wildlife is not in the jurisdiction of the Wetlands Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, John Carroll, you still have your hand up. Would you care to comment and do state your name and address?
Sure, Mary. Thank you. My name is John Carroll, and I live at 803 Leominster Road. And I am, in the spirit of full disclosure, Dillis and Roy just did a septic system for me on the adjacent lot to the lot in question, which is lot number 1. And I have mixed feelings about it. I've lived up here for 30 years. I know Rick and Tim Hillman, who are the owners of the property now. I know their son, who lives up here, is my neighbor, and I knew his mom and dad, and his mom in particular was a staunch environmentalist, is rolling over in her grave. But that said, I get that the family's trying to extract value, and my concerns are, like I said, they're mixed. The town and the Conservation Commission may be aware that we do have a significant water problem at the bottom of that property, and the driveway that is shown in the Dillis and Roy drawing is the drawing that I share with Rick Hillman's son, and we have an easement on that property. And we had, several years ago, we had contacted the town because we were having a lot of problem with pooling at the bottom of the driveway, and Jack Rodigans put in a catch basin. And unfortunately, the catch basin has not solved the problem. We continue to have trouble down there. So I think this falls under the purview of the Conservation Commission. Certainly, I would prefer the lot not be developed, but I understand that it may be. And at some point, I may want to develop my 2 lots in front of me. So, but I would like to see that problem with the driveway corrected if it's possible. The other question I had, and maybe this is for Greg.
So, well, just real quick, water running off the hill and going down onto the road is not,
Yes.
the Wetlands Protection Act.
Okay. Where is
So-
that? What does that fall under? Is that the DPW?
I don't know. Bob, do you know? Jeff?
No clue, that it falls under anybody. I mean, certainly if it's, going across the road.
Yeah.
That's a DPW, issue.
Okay. Well, the catch basin is actually discharging into the wetlands. And so the catch basin, it seems odd that roads, road water, what do they call it?
It would only be a wetlands issue if there was erosion,
Okay.
soil or something escaping the catch basin and flowing. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that potentially is a problem because we still have some erosion coming down from the road. So that is something that someone should take a look at. And then the only other question I had was, they show a proposed water line, water service, and I'm unaware that there's a water line on Leominster Road. Greg, could you comment on that? What is the status?
You get me in trouble.
Pardon?
You're gonna get me in trouble here because I didn't draw that I didn't do that research. I'm just here presenting it. There is,
Okay.
your impression is there's no public water in Leominster Road in this.
There is no public water, no.
So we have to obviously correct that with a well.
Yeah, so that's, I think that's on all of them, actually. And then is this the first part of the process? Mary, could you help explain what the process is? Did it go through the planning board? Because I had questions related to the planning too, at some point.
So I can't explain that process to you. I would defer to Bob or Jeff. Greg is probably an expert in that process, so.
So Greg, how does this work? Is this the first step and then they go to the planning board or what?
Yeah, we'll need to get these lots approved through what's called the ANR process, which stands for approval not required.
Okay. Yep.
And we would get that plan endorsed. I do not believe we have done that yet. It seems to be we like to get the land permits at least at a place where we know we have, the land permit processes aren't going to change the configuration of the lot significantly before we go to the planning board.
Yep.
So we would be taking an A&R plan to the planning board for endorsement, but
Okay.
that is not.
So
I haven't. The other permits we have, of course, are Board of Health permits,
Okay.
septic system permits to the Board of
All
Health.
right. And I think that's all I have. And like I said, I have mixed emotions about it because I recognize the Hillmans want to get value at it. And at the same time, I remember their mom, and I remember what a staunch environmentalist she was. At one point, they had talked about donating this land entirely to the town of Lunenburg. And for some reason that went south. It's unfortunate. But thank you, Mary. I appreciate your help.
Thank you, John.
Yep.
Other questions or comments? I'm seeing no hands raised. So I think I am looking for a motion to continue this to the December 6th meeting.
I motion that we move this to December 6th.
We have a second?
Second, Mike?
Okay, roll call vote. Jeff?
Aye.
Rich?
Aye.
Bob?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And I for myself, December 6th. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. And we will move along. So pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Temrick Realty Trust for the construction of a single-family home and septic at 20 Kilburn Street, Lot 2. Greg, I assume you're representing this one as well?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Again, for the record, Greg Roy with Dilson Roy. And again, I'll preface this by saying I do understand that that this will be continued because we certainly don't have a DP file number. So just again, back to the main map, which I do apologize you don't have, but just for visual reference, lot 2 is located immediately adjacent to lot 1. This one is probably going to be the substance of the most conversation tonight, if I had to guess. So I'm interested in hearing after I make my presentation comments from your commission on this one. We have a situation where we have the buildable portion of the lot is segregated by a wetland. So we have area available for the construction of a house on the Leominster Road portion of the property. And we have the location of the proposed septic system, which exists on the lot in question, but on the opposite side of the bordering vegetated wetland. So again, I'll just give you a brief overview of this plan. It's a little bit harder to understand because it's a little bit segmented here. So the area shown in olive color is the location of the bordering vegetated wetland. Again, we have delineated this with a wetland scientist who went out, took soil samples, reviewed the wetland vegetation and the hydrology of the 3 wetland indicator species, and has determined where the location of the wetland line is based on that methodology, which is stipulated in the Wetlands Protection Act and the associated regulations. We hung wetland flags in the field, which are denoted here on the plan with these little sort of tufts of grass type symbols. The area in green is indeed the wetland area. The red dotted line that you see on the plan is the limit of the 30-foot no-touch zone. So the area between the wetland and the red dotted line is that 30-foot no-touch zone. The green line is the limit of your 50-foot no-build zone or no structure zone. And then the blue line here in this location and over here is the limit of your 100-foot buffer zone. So areas out here where the driveway is and half of the house are actually located outside of the 100-foot buffer zone in this case on this lot, as is the location of the septic system for the project. So here's the long and the short of the proposal. We are proposing to put a house on this portion of the property with the driveway and an existing septic tank and pump chamber. The house, of course, as you can see, would be located outside of the 50-foot no structure zone. We are also proposing the limit of work, which is this erosion thicker dashed line here, to be outside or up gradient of the limit of the 30-foot no disturb zone. In order to access the location for a septic system on the property, we would need to install a sewer force main underneath the area that is considered bordering vegetated wetland. So there's several different ways to do that. The way we're proposing to you this evening is by temporary disturbance to the wetland resource area to install that in a standard open trench configuration. So we would construct a septic tank and pump chamber here in the back of the house, and we would install the force main here, which is hard to see, but it's shown in brown. I should back up here. Let me explain the plan a little bit more. We have this section of the plan, and if you were to take this, cut it out of the plan, it would fit in like right here. So this red line right here is the same as this red line down here. So this point right here at the intersection of the 30-foot no touch and the proposed force main is the same as this point here. So we're proposing to extend the force main underneath the wetland, come across the wetland outside of the buffer zone, and then connect to the proposed septic system on this side of the property. we dare do this because the proposed limit of disturbance in the wetland area is approximately 2,100 square feet, which is below the allowed amount of permanent alteration that we could do on a site, which is of course 5,000 square feet of wetland area. In this case, we are not proposing permanent wetland alteration. We're proposing temporary wetland alteration, which would be allowed to reestablish itself. We would not simply be constructing a force main. We would be constructing a force main in a sleeve, so that if anything were to happen with the line, and if it needed to be repaired in the future, it could be done without future disturbance to the wetland resource area. So we are proposing a deed in this area that's crosshatched to do a temporary disturbance of the resource area, and then to revegetate after the construction of the sewer line is complete. We went out and we located the limits of the trees in the area. So you'll note it's a little hard to see, but these gray trees here, we have an 8-inch maple, a 6-inch maple, a 10-inch maple, a 6-inch ash. Down here we have we have a 16-inch maple here. We have a 24-inch maple here. We have elm here. We positioned the location of the crossing in an area that would not require any significant tree removal or canopy removal. So we're really looking at understory type disturbance that we would mitigate through proposed replication style plantings, and that would revegetate. All of the rest of the work that's the only portion of the project that would be within your 30-foot no disturb, and of course within the resource area. All of the rest of the work is outside of the statutory buffer zones, offset areas that of your wetland bylaw, and also of the Wetland Protection Act. The septic system is of course outside of the 100-foot buffer zone as required by local Board of Health regulations. So that on this particular site would be completely outside of your jurisdiction, with the exception, as I mentioned, of the proposed force main. I'm sure you'll have comments, so I will stop my presentation and turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, that was really interesting. So the trees that you have shown there are the trees that are adjacent to the area that are going to stay and be untouched. It seems like there are a lot of trees in that area. I was walking down there this weekend. I did see the wetlands delineation also. Yeah, and didn't have any issues with that. But yeah, I was trying to understand the trees that you've shown here, because it seems like there are a lot of trees on that property and adjacent to the wetland that aren't shown.
So I had the guy, if I may, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when we had identified the approximate location where we wanted to cross, I had the survey crew go out there, more or less stake out and set the stakes in the field, because we weren't exactly sure at that point where exactly we were going to go. But I had them locate like a 50 or 75-foot swath between the 50-foot no disturb zones on each side of the wetlands along the route of the where we were thinking of putting the force main, so that we could identify the trees in the area and look for an avenue through there that would not result in the loss of significant canopy trees. So
well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, the tree. Well, I certainly didn't dare come before the commission with a wetland alteration, albeit temporary in nature, without having an answer on the tree removal. So I actually was surprised that we were able to do it without the loss of trees within the resource area. I figured that we would probably have one or two, but there does appear to us to be an avenue through there that will not result in the loss of significant trees. And again, we will be restoring this. We have specifications on the plan, but we'll be translocating the soil, which means we'll be saving the wetland soil with all the seeds and the plants in it, stockpiling it, putting the sewer line in with the force main, which really is probably a day's job, a couple days worth of work, restoring the wetland soil back in there, overseeding the area with supplemental New England wet plant mix, which is a native wetland plant mix that has all kinds of species in it. So we'll be supplementing the seeds that are already within the soil. And then we'll be planting with anchor shrubs and things as well, wetland shrubs, to just, solidify the reestablishment of that wetland area. But we really don't, we've done this in the past on other projects. I do not think we've done a temporary wetland disturbance in Lunenburg. We have done permanent wetland filling for driveways and such with replication, but these areas tend to reestablish themselves very quickly because you have a situation where you're not changing the grades. The final grades will match existing, so you're changing any of the hydrology. You're keeping the native plants in that you're translocating soil, and they just have a tendency to reestablish themselves very quickly.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So then am I to understand that the rest of the way around the 50-foot buffer zone area, the trees will remain?
We would be removing the trees, upgrading of this, and I can specify this a little bit more, but upgrading of this erosion control barrier here. So in this area here, so there's a portion of the 50-foot area within the 50-foot where we would need to grade to accommodate the house, where we would be removing the trees. And I did not locate specific trees in that area of the site.
Okay. So then the ones that are shown within that green area that were site located, I guess, for the access of the force main, those are going to be removed. It's like the ones that are, say, 12-inch maple.
Yeah, these ones here would be removed.
Okay.
In fact, they would, yes.
Okay.
But when you get down to here, anything inside the 30-foot would not be that we're showing here would not be removed.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And then on the other side where the septic area is going, I assume that's wooded as well.
Yes. So the blue line is the limit of the 100-foot. So all of this area is outside of the jurisdictional area.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. And I noticed on your drawing that you're showing a straw wattle, but not the silt fence. And I would be asking you to put both around the limit of work.
That's very fair. Yes. Yep.
And I will open the floor to my fellow commissioners for questions or comments.
I had 3 questions. Greg answered all 3. Well, in the last 4 minutes of his response. So thank you, Greg.
Excellent. Jeff, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Greg, just for us understanding, how deep is this pipe going to be across that wetland?
I'm sorry, go
ahead.
Sorry, I interrupted.
And then I get, if they go on vacation in January and come back a month later, is there a possibility of it being frozen in place?
Frozen, yeah. No, great question. We put it 4 feet, we put it below the frost line to answer your question. If there's an area where it can't be installed that deep, which we don't anticipate here, we would insulate the trench. So right immediately at the excuse me, it's getting late. At the pump chamber.
Sure.
At the pump chamber, when you come out of the pump chamber, you're typically less than 4 feet until you can dive it down and get it in the appropriate amount of cover. So we typically put insulation over the line there to protect it from freezing, and then also on the opposite end when you're entering into the distribution box, is another point where you're typically shallower than 4 feet. So customarily, force mains are installed with insulation. We actually have a
Okay.
detail. But good question. But we actually specify that it goes below the frost line, so it would be installed 4.5 feet deep.
Okay. And then I guess, how are you going to excavate a 4-foot hole in a wetland? That's without it filling with
well,
water.
we left ourselves a 20-foot strip. So if I can zoom back in there, our proposed, we put the silt fence barrier, which would also function as a limit of work. And we would propose to excavate that trench just like you would any other trench. So we would track the machine through there. We'd be careful to translocate soil that's within the wetland area. We'd install the pipe, we'd backfill the pipe. Once that area is installed, we would restore the wetland soil back over the top and overseed and restore that area. So the idea would be to install that section of pipe in one shot so that it's not left open for long periods of time. And it's not a ridiculously long crossing. You're talking about 100 feet. So it's an area of disturbance about 100 feet by 20 feet wide. So that, is a very doable excavation project for somebody in a day, or I would say at the outset, 2 days, all in for restoration.
And then with this channel in the wetland, now I assume you have to use some sand to cover the pipe. Is there going to be now a channel where that water can run easier and maybe produce other wetlands? Or is this topography going to kind of be okay with that?
We would intend to restore the area within the wetland back to existing grades. So
Okay.
we would not be modifying the grades, adding fill, or detracting from it. We would install it back to its original grade to maintain hydrology.
Okay.
If it's a situation where the equipment can't have a stable ground to work from, there are methods for that with temporary mats and things track mats that they would put in there. And then they'd walk the machine up onto the mat so that they have a stable footing for digging the trenches. They just have a couple of them, so they track the machine on, and then they grab one, move it to the back, track the machine, take the one that just moved, move to the back, and then extend the trench. So there's methods there that can be employed if it's a situation where it's really unstable ground.
And then what type of soil was found in the test holes?
Good question. Hang on, I can get you that information. This is actually the septic plan that you have. So
yeah,
we have a loamy sand. So these are the test hole logs here, and just for everybody's benefit, there's approximately 12 inches of, and this is outside of the buffer zone areas. So this is the areas of.
Well, I'm just trying to get an idea on what kind of soil we have down in that wetland. It can't be too much different.
Yep. So we've got 12 inches of loam, and then we have another 12 inches of subsoil, which if you've ever dug, it's that sort of lighter brown color, direct below the dark color. And then below the subsoil layer, we have what's called the parent material, the sea horizon, which is this particular hole we excavated to 8 feet, and we had what's constituted as a loamy sand. So it's it's a sandy base material, but it has a little bit of loam in it, so it's a little bit more not quite as well draining as a sand, but we have perk rates here that were 11 minutes an inch and 18 minutes an inch. So that's pretty
good perk. Okay.
Yeah, it's not
so
it's kind of middle of the road perk. Yeah.
Okay. All right, those are the only questions I had for now. Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other questions or comments from members of the commission? Do we have any questions or comments from members of the public? And if so, remember state your name and address. I see TKR has a raised hand.
Susan Rowe. I live at 710 Leominster Road. I think this is right across from the house that you're talking about. And if you were out there this weekend, you saw that it is really wet. I'll echo everything that Joan said. It's a really, really wet area. I think right there, there's a drop down and then it's just wet all the time. My other question also is about the water source. I know there's no main that runs on that part of Leominster Road. There's like a 10-inch main that comes down from the center, turns onto Kilburn, turns into an 12-inch main. But are you talking about then having to drill a well in that area?
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's a little embarrassing that we have a water line connection shown on the plan, but we would certainly have to drill wells on the property.
So that would be in the wetland area?
No, ma'am. Nope, we wouldn't be allowed to drill a well in the wetlands. We'd have to be at least 50 feet away from the wetlands.
Greg, I looked it up. There's water mains in the roads that you're looking to do the homes on.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
That's
you're
part
good.
of Leominster Road. I looked on the distribution map.
Yeah, there's
Um,
hydrants
and-
on Leominster Road there, and then it comes into Kilburn,
It stops at
just
Kilburn.
almost to that. Yeah, it comes just to that corner on Kilburn,
Right,
believe it or not.
but this is beyond Kilburn. Right.
Well, it covers those two lots down there from what I was seeing on the water district map.
Oh, okay.
We'll resolve it.
Yep.
Okay,
I do
thank you.
find it hard to believe that we'd propose a connection if it wasn't there, but we'll certainly resolve it. I do appreciate the comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, you had your hand up again.
No, it was just for the water mains that
Okay.
I looked up and whatever, I guess. Sorry
Yep.
about that.
No issues. Bob, your hand's up.
It is. Through you, Madam Chair, I see a lot of work where they're putting pipes and conduits under roads using horizontal drilling. Is that possible? Is it economically feasible? I'd love to hear from Greg about that.
As would I.
No, thank you. So I mentioned in my initial presentation, there's a couple different ways we could do this, and directional drilling is certainly one of them. So I guess I will answer your question this way. We believe that it is possible. We do not believe that it's economically equivalent. So we would be drilling, essentially 30 from the outside of the 30-foot no disturb zones. So we would directionally drill under the wetland from the 30-foot, the 30 outside the 30 to outside the 30, which is approximately 200, not quite 200. I'm going to call it 200, but it's a little less than 200 feet. And there's a pretty significant price tag on that type of work. Certainly feasible. We reviewed it. When we looked at the performance standards of the Weathers Protection Act, we felt like the project could be constructed in the way we're proposing in compliance. We do understand that would require waivers from your local regs. But given that it was a temporary disturbance and that it was not going to be something like akin to a driveway construction where you'd be proposing a permanent fill, and that we would expect and institute performance standards and expect conditions relative to the reestablishment of the wetland in the exact elevation that exists today and vegetational characteristics. We thought that it could be done in a responsible manner using more conventional methods. But to answer your question, it is a possibility. It's just not economically equivalent to what we're proposing.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. I think I am looking for a motion to continue this to I think it's the December 6th meeting. Yeah, December 6th. We have a motion.
A motion, move to December 6th.
Second.
Thank you.
Jeff.
Madam Chair.
Second, Jeff. All right, roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Tremblay,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. Continued to December 6th. Thank you, Greg. I guess we got you back up
Yep.
again.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on a notice of intent by Timrick Realty Trust for the construction of a single-family home and septic at 20 Kilburn Street, Lot 3.
Thank you very
And,
much.
let's go through it again. Greg?
Thank you very much. Greg Roy with Dillison Roy. I'm representing the applicant. And I've gone over this plan, but I'll do it again just for the record. Again, overall plan that I will get to the commission. Lot 3 is located on Kilburn Street, as the previous one of the previous speakers indicated. It is indeed right on the bend in Kilburn Street. This property would be completely contained within, unlike the one we just did, we're not proposing any resource area alteration like we were on the previous one. Again, in similar fashion, the wetlands on this site were delineated by our wetland specialist. And just for the record, that's a scientific process that uses soils information through soil coring, and evaluation of the vegetation and an evaluation of the hydrology. And those three indicators are what determines the actual location of the wetland boundaries. Wetland flags were hung in the field, and you can see on this plan that, again, we have wetland flags, and a series of wetland flags that we're showing here with the grass type symbol. The green area is the areas that are classified as bordering vegetated wetlands on the property. The red line shown on the plan is the limit of your 30-foot no disturb zone. The green line is the limit of your 50-foot no structure zone, and the blue line is the limit of the 100-foot buffer zone. So you can see here we have a proposed driveway located. We also have a proposed house, which is shown here shaded in peach. And the septic system for the property would be located outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. You can see these sort of rectangular type ovals. That's the location where we did the soil testing on the site, which has all been witnessed. All these lots, by the way, the soil testing has been witnessed and formalized by the Board of Health agent. So septic systems would be constructed outside of that area and in compliance with the Board of Health regulations. The grading associated with some of the backyard comes up to the limit of the 30-foot no disturb zone. So we are proposing to install some boulders in those locations to make sure that no work is being done within the 30-foot no touch zone. So we are compliant, excuse me, with that requirement in your bylaw. Similarly, we're not proposing any work within the 30-foot. And then we do have some grading, which is of course allowed within between 30 feet and 50, but we do not have the structure located in that area. So, and again, the driveway is located here in the grayscale hatch. I guess I just wanted to say in my initial comments that there's been a lot of on the entire meeting, there's been a lot of abutter interest in several of these projects. And I, for one, as a resident of town, and also as a consulting engineer, really appreciate when the community comes out and spends their time, in this case, approaching or better than 3 hours on a meeting. It comes out and gives their comments relative to this. I think we get a good product. And it enhances the process. This is democracy. This is America, and I really appreciate the process. I did want to say that we do, as consultants, take this job seriously, and we don't just come out here and propose things that that are contrary to regulations. In matter of fact, we study the regulations, wetland regulations, Board of Health regulations, wetland regulations on the state level, wetland regulations on the local level, endangered species regulations on the state level, and on and on and on. And that's how we come up with these plans. So it's a process that we've, in this case, we've spent a couple of years putting together, and done a lot of due diligence, to put these plans together. But I did want to acknowledge, several things that were said relative to this lot. We will certainly review, the report of trash on the property. I think that one of the byproducts of doing a development like this, in an area that might have been used for that type of activity, which I find really distasteful. I lived on a street in town, the outskirts of town, that had this problem as well on my first house. I think that one of the byproducts of putting a house like this in a location that has previously used for that is that activity will cease. We'll now have a piece of property here with a residential home and an associated family living there. So that's one of the positive byproducts to it. And the other thing I wanted to say is, while it's been said that wildlife migration isn't a subject of this proposal or this board, in this case, on this property, we're proposing 3 single-family residential homes on 90 acres of land. Much of the site, as it's been reported by the abutters, is wet. We understand that. I mean, we have delineated the wetlands. We have them well documented on the site. And so there's going to be a lot of land area that's available on this property after these 3 houses, should these 3 houses be constructed, for the migration of animals in the property. But having said that, I wanted to say that I understand that concern, and we try in every effort as consultants to put together a project that is as environmentally friendly as possible, while honoring the regulations. So you'll see these lots fairly compact. We're using a fairly small portion of the property relative to the entire 90 acres. So I will stop, and I will turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, and answer any questions.
Thank you, Greg. And I do appreciate all the commentary that you made there. Yeah, I do believe you guys do a lot of work in the regulatory space, right, to stay fluent and current. And I appreciate the expertise that you bring to the table. I don't have any questions relative to this. I will make one comment, same as the previous one. I see straw wattles are shown. I would like to see straw wattle plus a silt fence. So if you would make that amendment to your drawing before you come back, I would appreciate it. Are there other questions or comments by members of the commission? Jeff, I see your hand raised.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Just a question to the commission. Do we count stone walls similar to retaining walls as structures?
That's a great question. I didn't think that we did, but that might be naivety on my part. Bob, did you have a comment there?
Well, he's saying a boulder wall, so I'm assuming a boulder wall is large boulders, just a position to prevent the soil from moving into the 30-foot no disturb. And we have many times in the past, we call them structured slopes, where people have a slope, and they put boulders in it, to stop the movement of dirt due to gravity and erosion. If it's as shown, where it's a series of single row of large boulders, I don't think that at all counts as a structure based on our past practice.
Okay, so on the southeast corner of that lot, there's a topographic line 364, and then at the top of that wall, it's 369. So it's a good at least 4 to 5 feet grade change in a
Good
short period of time. So that would, I would consider that a wall. But
I think that would be a fair question to ask of the engineer about the difference in grade between the bottom of the boulders and the top.
I'm happy to.
Yes, Greg, if you would answer that.
Yep, no, what I will say is, I think it's a fair question, and I will review it and come back at you with a response or a revision on that. But I do want to, I think, agree with Bob. I mean, I think it would be a diversion from your policy, albeit perhaps unwritten, if you were to consider a boulder wall a structure. I don't think that's been done in the past. We've commonly used this approach to to contain the grading on the site. It has the added benefit of becoming a permanent demarcation. So sometimes we put boulders along the 30-foot just to be permanent demarcation, so that we won't have scope creep, if you will, or buffer zone creep. And installing boulders at the toe of the slope functions as a permanent demarcation, in that regard. So, but your point is noted. We definitely are showing a 5-foot grade change, which really wasn't our intent. We're really just trying to contain the bottom, say 2 or 3 feet of grading with a large size, 3-foot boulder. So I will review that, and we'll be back with a resolution on that.
okay, thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other questions or comments from members of the commission? And seeing none, I will now move on to questions or comments by members of the public. John Carroll, I'll call on you first. Again, state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Thank you, Mary. My name is John Carroll, and my address is 803 Leominster Road. I just had a question for Greg. Greg, if I add the proposed lot sizes up, it ends up being about 10 acres. What happens to the other 80 acres?
Great question. Someone asked me that, or I had a butter stop in earlier today and asked me that same question.
Okay.
It's just going to be held at the present time, as far as I know. It's just going to be held by the family. There's no plans for it, certainly as part of this proposal, and I'm not aware of any immediate plans. There might be, but they haven't indicated that to us. But good question. You weren't the first one to ask that today.
I'm familiar with the land because I used to go cross country skiing down there and snowshoeing, and
sure. Yeah.
I've hiked with the grandparents down there. It is fairly steep. I don't know what you could do down there. It's sopping wet and it drops off fairly quickly, but to Massapog. But I am curious whether it was going to be in some kind of environmental trust or something. So that's all right.
I haven't personally. Sure. Perhaps someone else in my office has been talking more directly with the client on that, but I haven't been made privy to that.
Sure. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'll now recognize Joan and Phil Hoyt. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Phil Hoyt. My wife talked earlier. We live opposite that turn. A couple of comments about stuff that was said. A prior map showed the lot with about 3/4 of the way around it being water. On my turn, there is a catch basin that if I don't go out and clean the leaves out of it every time it rains, a big puddle happens there. I bring that up just to say there's a lot of water in that area. My question to Greg, is that going to be taken into account when this house is built?
Absolutely. And I thank you for bringing that up. I will certainly get some boots on the ground there to take a look at that more specifically. One of the things that would need to be granted on this, on all these projects, and in fact, any project in town, is a driveway curb cut permit by the DPW. That's another process where those types of issues get flagged if they exist. But I do definitely want to look at. Are you indicating that? Do you happen to know where the catch basin drains to? Where it
It goes
discharges?
diagonally across the street.
Okay.
Maybe,
Onto our-
maybe 100 feet or so into the wetland.
Okay. Yep. I'm gonna thank you for that, and I'm gonna make sure I research that. and have
Because
that-
the puddles there at times, if I don't rake it out, or if the town doesn't rake it out, it can be 1.5 feet deep.
Okay.
One other comment, more just a quick comment. Rock walls were related. I'm not on that side of the street with the property, but there's a lot of rock walls. My property lines are all based on rock walls. That's all I had. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for hearing me.
Thank you, Phil. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised, so I think I am looking for a motion to continue to the December 6th hearing.
So moved by Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Second,
Richard.
Mike.
Okay, I got Mike down as a second. So roll call vote, Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Tremblay,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Michael LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. So we'll continue this on December 6th. Thank you, Greg.
Go.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended, and the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by John Sheehan and Jennifer Putherher, and I'm sorry I've mispronounced that name, but for a replacement wooden deck with a patio at 10 Sunset Avenue. Do we have John or Jennifer or their representative here with us tonight?
Yes.
Mary, you might want to stop sharing Greg's screen.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I should have done that.
Yeah,
I am
thank
looking-
you.
I am here for this too, Madam Chair. Greg Roy, Dillson Roy. I'm looking for the plan. I apologize. I thought I had it up.
Then we're also here, and that's Jennifer and Jack.
Thank you.
Okay, bear with me. 30 seconds. Okay, with your permission, I'll reshare here.
Thank you, Greg. Please proceed.
Okay, again, Greg Roy with Dillson Roy, we're representing the applicant this evening, and as you heard, they are on the call as well. And we're here at 10 Sunset Lane, which is on Lake Whalum. And I'm starting off this evening with an existing conditions plan. So we gave you an existing conditions plan that just so you could see what exists on the property today a little bit more clearly. This is pretty rare, but it speaks to the size of the lot. This plan is drawn at 5 scale. So most of the time we draw plans at 20 scale, so 4 times as sort of small, if you will. This one's zoomed in by a factor of 4 from a standard plan. So, but yet it sort of looks like the same size as some of the 10 or 20 scale plans we draw. So this is a really, indeed, a pretty tight site. Today, there is a retaining wall that exists along the edge of Lake Whalum with an existing dock here that you can see in the peach, lighter peach color. Lake Whalum, of course, is shown in blue. And then there's a deck existing today right here shown in the pinkish color. Upgrading into that, it's pretty difficult to see because it's a similar color, but this sort of tannish color or lighter olive color is another existing terraced retaining wall. There's a line of hedges that exist right on the top of the retaining wall. And then you come to a shed structure with an existing hot tub, and then the deck and the house structure upgraded of that. For your reference, the limit of the 30-foot no touch zone is right here on the site. Kind of goes right off the edge of the deck, and then through the shed structure. And then the 50-foot zone is the 50-foot no structure zone is here through the existing dwelling. Of course, the existing structures are grandfathered from those provisions, but I just wanted to give you sort of the lay of the land as it relates to existing conditions. So this appears to be the same plan. Bear with me here. I'm going to stop share again. I got to find the right plan. Oh, here it is. Okay, I got it. Sorry about that. It's getting a little late. I know I'm preaching to the choir on that. The applicants are proposing to make some improvements to the waterfront area on the site. The existing conditions, and I didn't really go into this when I was presenting the existing conditions plan, but the existing retaining walls are in really bad shape, and really are in need of replacement. I think they're railroad ties, or a tie type structure, and so the applicant is looking to remove and replace those with a modern day concrete block type structure. And make some improvements to the terraced areas. They are also proposing a rather robust landscaping and revegetation plan to supplement this. They're actually working with a landscape architect to further develop this, but we have shown some plantings on this plan, and I'll go into that. So similar to the existing conditions plan, the wall along the edge of the water would be replaced. So it'd be a remove and replace in the same location. I should say the limit of the 100-year floodplain associated with Lake Whalum is below the top of the wall. So that happens in the comes up before you get. It does not overtop the wall. So we don't have any issues with floodplain filling or anything like that. We're not proposing any additional fill in the area anyway, but I just wanted to mention that we have looked at the elevation of the 100-year floodplain. They're proposing to keep the dock, so you can see that is a carryover from the existing conditions. But the deck that was currently proposed is being proposed to be replaced with a patio, open joint paved patio type system, which you can see here with the crossed hatch that we have here. We're keeping we're moving the location slightly, but we're keeping the overall size consistent with the existing deck that was located in that vicinity. And then the upper wall would be replaced again with a new concrete retaining wall, more or less in the same place. We're squaring things off again a little bit with that wall, so it's slightly in a different location, but by and large within a foot or two of where it went before. In no case, I don't think any closer to the water, but we didn't have the same constraint with that we have with the lower wall along Lake Whalum, which is indeed in the same spot as the existing wall. On the top of the second wall, we're proposing a flagstone, bluestone type open joint with grassed joints. So maintain existing exfiltration in the area. Again, the reason why I pointed out that this was a 5-scale plan is because this is not a large area. You're talking about a 5 to 7 foot width here, and then maybe 10 feet in this direction. So it's a pretty small, modest area. It's really just to provide a landing and a safe access to the proposed stairway that we're proposing to get down to the lower level and then down onto the dock. As shown. All of these green darker green symbols here are proposed planting beds. So we're proposing to establish a native planting bed here, also between the deck, between the retaining wall and the shed. The reason for this is because there's a hedgerow that exists, as I mentioned, on the top of that second retaining wall, which will have to be removed for the construction of the retaining wall. There's no way around that. The root systems isn't going to survive the excavation. And so we're proposing to mitigate the loss of those with the establishment of these beds. We're also proposing a planting bed on the a low level here as well. We have
Hey,
included.
Greg, sorry to break your train of thought, but what did you say it was mitigating the loss of what?
So if I go back to the existing conditions plan, you can see right in here, this is all hedge.
Right, yeah.
Interject for a second?
Yeah.
So that's
please.
burning bush. So that's a hedge of burning bush. So we're going to remove it because it's invasive.
Yep.
So, but it would have to be removed anyway, because it wouldn't survive the construction of the retaining wall. So that's
Fair
what
enough.
I'm referring.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear. I blinked at the wrong time. It didn't capture what you were saying
Nope,
or the
thank you.
context.
And I appreciate, thank you for hopping in, Jenny, appreciate it. Please do that if I say something out of turn. Yeah, you won't hurt my feelings. So we have included a planting schedule. So all of these symbols with the letters relate to specific plants and quantities, calipers and the like. And you can see here we have sweet pepper bush and dogwood and mountain laurel and witch hazel and things that are native and do well in this type of buffer zone type environment, shoreline type environment. What else? The only other thing I wanted to point out was that there is a drain that exists of some sort on this portion of the property here that is not functioning as it was, and it's creating, particularly in this summer, in the rains that we've been having, some flooding issues on the property and that impact the structure, is my understanding. So we are intending to replace that drain. It just seems like it's collapsed and it's not functioning anymore. So we are intending to replace that drain, which exists to convey flow from this portion of the property. Indeed, I think picks up quite a bit of the drainage from the upgrading areas on Sunset, and replace that in the same location, but just make sure, just install that so that it will again function and protect the structure from flooding. So that is part of the notice of intent. And I think I pointed out that there is plans, the applicants are working with a landscape architect, sort of as a master plan on the whole property. So there is some plans for some future landscaping features, and a rain garden perhaps in the front here, again, to help alleviate some of that flooding in the portion of the property. All that work is inside your buffer zone, which is why it's on the plan and it's subject to this filing. But it's certainly outside of the 50-foot buffer zone and on the opposite side of the house. But I did want to bring it to your attention. I think I will stop. The only thing I will mention is we also have not received a file number on this one from DEP. So we understand that you will not be able to close the hearing.
Okay, thank you, Greg. So just for kind of my education, and I was down there with some commissioners doing a site walk this weekend. So I'm familiar with the property, and I absolutely have no issue with repairing that retaining wall because it did look just a little bit scary. So I totally get that. But with that patio change down adjacent to the lake, how will you keep material from getting into the lake?
Well,
I-
we have, sorry.
Go ahead. No, yeah.
No, that's okay. So we have given you a couple of cross sections here.
Mhm.
So we tried to spell that out. You can see here that the patio area would be at the elevation of the top of the wall.
Mhm.
So, you know, we're not proposing it to be above or steep or significant steeper. So, you know, we don't really anticipate a lot of flow over the top of the wall. We're trying to tie that in and integrate that as a master design on the whole system. The stairs similarly would be, we have cross section to the stairs here. Again, you can see how we kind of tying in that top step with the location of that proposed patio.
Right. I guess the thing that was kind of just going kind of in my head, the mechanics of doing this, you know, I'm familiar with Hickory Hills and Lake Shirley. They do their drawdowns, and a lot of time, you know, the work actually happens then. I wasn't aware that Whalum did a drawdown. Maybe they do, and it's just outside my visibility.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it draws down much, if it draws down at all. I think they might get, it's nothing like you get on Hickory Hills or Lake Shirley, is my understanding. There's an outlet structure, but it doesn't have the same drawdown capabilities. More related to seasonal type water levels. It's my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So your question is more, how are we going to build the lower wall?
Yeah, without there being material eroding into the lake.
Yeah. So do we have a detail on that? It doesn't look like we do.
In the write-up, there are some mitigation measures on things that they'll be doing to prevent migration of the soil and what they're going to do when they're in the water.
Bear with me. Let me pull that up. I didn't have that queued up.
So it's 1.4.
Thanks, Jenny. Hang on one second. I'm gonna open that up for the commission's edification. Bear with me, I'm sorry.
Read it off if you want.
No, I found it. I'm just reading it. So we're proposing, in short, I don't want to belabor this, but we're proposing to put erosion control actually in the typically in these situations, we isolate the area where we're working. Sometimes it's done in phases. This is probably a short enough section where we would do it all in one shot, so that in situations where you don't have a full drawdown, we'll actually put erosion control barriers in the water, more like a turbidity barrier, so that you're isolating the work area from the rest of the lake, and you're keeping the sediment from migrating into the rest of the lake, which is indeed what we're proposing here. And then we would be excavating and installing those blocks. Of course, they're concrete blocks, so we don't have an issue with, like if you were putting a wooden wall back in or something, you'd have a little more of a challenge here. But the concrete blocks are certainly heavy enough and would just be placed. It's tricky nonetheless, but it's something that's commonly done, not necessarily in this town, because a lot of the other lakes, as you mentioned, the two other lakes have significant drawdowns, but we run into this a lot in Lake Boone, in Stowe, on Batacook Pond in Groton, Lost Lake in Groton, where it has characteristics like this, where the drawdown isn't significant. And so it's commonly, the construction of that is commonly done. And usually we use a turbidity blanket to isolate.
Turbidity blanket. Okay, I got something new to look up.
Turbidity curtain actually is what.
I
it
can
should be.
share my screen. I have an image of it, Mary, if you'd like to see it.
Yeah, let's see it, Chris.
So they're basically booms. Yeah. It's different styles, but I looked it up myself because I didn't know either.
Those are rather exotic ones. But,
Yeah.
Same idea. Yeah.
Right.
Same idea.
That's what I figured. I got the gist of it. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Greg. So I don't have any questions for you. My only comment is to add a silt fence where you have erosion controls. I think this drawing showed a wattle as well around the edges. Is that true, or am I blending this to the previous
Sorry,
hearings?
let me share. Sorry, I realize I'm not sharing screen again. Hold on one second. Yes, we have wattles isolating along the property lines just to kind of contain the site. And then you can see this dark
okay.
dash line is where we're intending to do that erosion control isolation.
Okay, yeah, okay, so if they're along the sides of the property, I'm actually don't think it makes sense to add the silt fence as well. Because we're really
it's
not slowing something down. It's not perpendicular to the elevation change, so. All right. I'll open the floor to my fellow commissioners. Anybody have questions or comments? Jeff Viviano?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Greg, is there sewage and town water on this property?
Do you know
We
the,
just-
Jenny, I don't know the answer to that. Jenny. You wanna,
We bought the house about a month and a half ago and we tied into the town sewer at that time. But we are in a well.
Okay. And then. Okay, so was there a sewer, was there a septic system on the property prior to that, I would assume?
There was, and
Okay.
Bob Proctor did I guess the
So that was-
crushing and filling in.
So he crushed it, okay, all right. And then I think the only thing that we may need is a letter just signed from your neighbor stating that you're gonna do a little bit of work on their property and that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're working with him on that, so, but we can get that
Okay,
for sure.
so I think just for our records, I think we would need that, so.
Okay.
That's the only comment I have, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for picking up on that, Jeff. I was going to make that note. So our conservation administrators know to ensure that letter is collected. Any other questions or comments? Okay, do we have any questions or comments from members of the public? I'm seeing no hands. So we don't have a DEP number, Greg, as you noted at the onset of this hearing. So we couldn't vote on it if we wanted to. We'll continue to December 6th. Do I have a motion?
A motion, move to December 6th.
Thank you, Chris.
Second.
Second,
Jeff.
Jeff. Roll call vote, Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Tremblay,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain.
Aye.
Aye, and I for myself, continue to December 6th. Thank you, Greg.
thank you.
Thank you.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Dan Proctor for a replacement septic system at 85 Chase Road. Do we have the residents or their representative here on the call tonight?
Madam Chair, Greg Roy with Dillson Roy. I'm
Hi,
representing the applicant.
Greg. Welcome back.
Thank you. You all were kind enough to put these all in order. So I don't even, well, you guys don't get a break, so I guess it's only fair that I don't.
Yeah, turnaround's fair play. So Greg, do you wanna take
Sure.
us through this this project?
Yes, and let me share my screen again. Sorry, I took it off to find the plan. And here we are, Chase Road, which is Route 13, north of the light, right across from the church, right across from the Pilgrim Covenant Church. If you can visualize that, Beale Street is sort of right here. Across the property, so it's right across the street from Beale Street. As you indicated, the property is 85 Chase Street. We have an existing 3-bedroom house with a system that needs to be replaced. So we have a wetland system that is shown in green here, along the right back and the side. Oh man, the back and the side of the house.
Hit undo quick. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. It didn't work. There it is. And we have the 50-foot buffer zone, in this case shown in red. So we're not proposing any work within the 50-foot, we call it a buffer zone in this plan, but the 50-foot no structure zone. So everything that we're proposing at the site is at or further than 50 feet. With the notable exception that we are going to be crushing and filling the existing septic tank, which is located right here in red. That sort of straddles the 50-foot buffer zone, but that would be a relatively small task, crushing and filling that and decommissioning that tank. The new tanks that would be installed are shown in yellow. So we'd be coming out of the house, relocating the plumbing out of the side of the house into the new septic tank. Discharging to a pump chamber, which would then pump to the distribution box, to a Presby style system, shown here again in yellow. Soil testing at the site indicates slightly higher groundwater levels, so we do have to construct this system in a fill. So these solid curved lines here indicate our proposed contours to meet the breakout grading associated with the septic system. And I think that is it. I do believe I'm covering for Jack Maloney here because I had all the rest of the hearings and I told him I'd just give him the day off. I believe he told me that this did receive Board of Health approval at the last meeting. So I think that we are just looking for an order of conditions from you folks. This one unfortunately does not have a DEP file number. So again, we know you can't act on it, but if there was any questions or comments you had, we would love to get them so that we could be in a position to address them before your next meeting, hopefully at such time as we get a file number. That's it.
Thank you, Greg. What type of erosion control is proposed here?
Yes, thank you. This orange line here is the erosion control barrier, and we're proposing wattles.
I would like to see a wattle and straw and silt fence.
Okay.
I don't have any questions. The rest of it looks really straightforward, in my opinion. I walked out there with the commission on Saturday, and it looked relatively straightforward, in my opinion. But I will open the floor for my fellow commissioners to make comments or ask questions. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions or comments from members of the commission. Are there any questions or comments from members of the public? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised there either. So I think we don't have a DEP number, so we can't close on this. So we'll looking for a motion to continue this to December 6th.
I motion to move this to December 6th.
So moved, Mike.
Mike, all righty. So we have a second from Mike and a first motion from Chris. Roll call vote, Bob Pease.
Aye.
Rich Tremblay.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
Mike LaRouche.
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. Continue this to December 6th. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Okay, now we get to shift on to continued public hearings. And I think, Bob, you keep me honest on this. I think we got a request to continue 390 Howard Street
We did.
Okay. So do we actually need to open the hearing for that, or can we just continue it?
We need a vote to continue.
Okay. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation by Kevin O'Brien at 390 Howard Street. As commented previously, we did have a request to continue from the applicant. And did Matt actually ask to continue to December 6th, or did he leave that open?
I don't remember, but I'm gonna motion to continue it to December 6th.
Okay. I am looking for a
Second.
second on that. Okay, thank you,
Chris.
Chris. I'm just capturing the notes. I have to catch up with you guys. It's getting a little bit fast on the trigger. It's getting late. People want to go home. Okay, roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Tremblay,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself will continue that on to December 6th.
Madam
right.
Chair,
Yes, Bob.
for the benefit of the other members of the commission, I in the absence of staff, I took it upon myself to reach out to try to get quotes on a third-party review of the wetlands delineation as requested by the applicant's representative. And Rich Harris, who is the interim planner consultant person, sent me two quotes, two quotes, which I forwarded to Matt today. So I just wanted the other members to know that happened.
Oh, that's great news, Bob. Thank you for that.
Yeah,
I was worried that that was like stalled, but thank you.
no problem.
Okay, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Joanne Hamburg for the installation of a new septic system at 201 Fire Road 16. And do we have Joanne or her representative here on the call tonight?
Madam Chair, hi, it's Butch McGurn.
Hi, Butch.
And Greg, are you going to represent us tonight?
I am, Butch, yes.
Okay, you can take the show.
Okay. Madam Chair, Greg Roy with Dillison Roy, and I will share my screen again. And I am indeed filling in here for Chris McKenzie this time. I think Chris presented this project to you at your last meeting. The project is the replacement of a septic system at the site and a well, the construction of a new well. The replacement of the septic system requires that a new well be constructed to obtain the proper setbacks.
Right. As a slight correction, Greg, it's a continuation from 1018.
Oh, 1018. Thank
Yep.
you. Okay. So from a month ago. My understanding was that there were two items that the commission asked for at that time. One was to clearly depict the location of Lake Shirley on the plan, which I think sounded to me like there was a sort of drafting snafu with the plan that was sent to the board.
Correct.
So we have depicted the edge of Lake Shirley on the plan. It's shown here in blue. And then we also were asked, I think, to add some proposed trees that were going to be removed in the vicinity of the well, which we have shown here in green. Again, the limit of the 50-foot buffer zone is shown here in the first arc here in orange. So the tree removal is actually outside of the 50-foot. And then the limit of the 100-foot buffer zone is the second arc here. Just for history's sake, this circle here with the W in it is the proposed location of the well, and the 2 trenches up here with the cross-hatched area is the location of the proposed leaching area. And you can see here this dashed arc or circle is the limit of the 100-foot well radius. So that is the point outside of which we have to use for the construction of the septic system in order to be compliant with Board of Health regulations. And then we're proposing a septic system pump chamber with a force main to get over to that location from the existing dwelling. This application does not include any changes to the existing dwelling. It is in fact just excuse me, an installation of a new well and septic system. I will take any questions.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, there had been.
There is a DEP
go
file
ahead.
number for this as well. I'm sorry, Mary. There is a DEP file number issued for this as well.
Yes, we have that in the agenda. But thank you for ensuring our visibility to that. So yeah, I did have those notes consistent with what you had said. Update the plans with the actual wetland boundary. When we had this hearing before, somebody, and I forget who, had said they thought there was some wetland at the edge, the southern edge of this little peninsula of Lake Shirley. Is that true? Not
Down
true?
here?
It's not. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think Lake Shirley comes around there.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's anything that would modify how we're showing the buffer zones
Okay.
on the property.
And then, as I recalled, it's been a little bit of time. That mound that's shown where the well is material being removed from there? Is that mound actually going away? Or
Yes.
no, it's staying?
Well, no, we are proposing to remove some material in there to accommodate. Well rigs aren't small, and there's really, we're trying to keep the wells far away from the lake, but also give us enough room for the septic system, and of course keep it off the slope.
Mhm.
So we do have to remove some material there in order to get the well rig in.
Okay. And so then it's only those 3 trees that are getting removed?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, I think, and I think it was Rich Birch who had computer problems tonight, or otherwise would have been with us, who was kind of concerned about, seems like from the satellite view that there's a lot of trees kind of growing out of that mound, and he just wanted to have some accountability for the ones that were going away. So that's why he'd asked for accountability of the trees. But if you guys say that they're just those three trees going away, I trust you, and that's what we'll go with.
That's my understanding. What's your Joanne? Do you have anything to add on that, or?
No, I had mentioned to the commission that there were trees to be removed. Chris was unaware of them. I actually explained to him there was a couple of that were fairly large, and the canopies were fairly large on that mound. So they did depict the 3 trees that do have to be removed. Oh, you did, Greg. Sorry, you're all fit.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Thanks.
So, all right, cool. Mike, you have your hand up.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm just gonna ask Greg if there were any comments on the DEP.
Not that I was told, but let me check. I can get there, I think, quickly.
I already looked. There's no comments.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rich. Thanks, Greg.
And the drawing was updated to include a silt fence and wattles?
Yes. Well, it's including, it's showing wattles.
Yeah, we had asked that it be updated to, but we can make that an order of a condition, so that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, we don't have an issue with that.
Yeah. It's, and, well, I forget your engineer who was here before, but he didn't have a problem with that either.
Chris McKenzie. Yeah.
Chris,
I
yeah.
apologize that didn't get on this plan, but we're happy to accept it as a condition.
Okay, I think I'm looking for a motion to approve, with, adding a silt fence, in addition to the standard order of conditions.
So moved by Jeff.
Second, Mike.
Okay, we'll go for a roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Tremblay,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself to approve this, with the addition of a silt fence, to the standard order of conditions. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 is amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on a request for determination by Mario Paciacola for the removal of decaying trees at 143 Island Road. Do we have a representative from Mario Paciacola here tonight? Is your audio working? I saw a hand, but I didn't hear anything. Okay, I'm not hearing anything at all. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I don't see a microphone. So I don't know what's going on with that.
He must have joined without audio.
It's frustrating to sit through all of that and then not be able to talk to the
Maybe Mario can leave and try to come back in with audio. We can wait.
Yeah, that might be the best thing to do.
While we're waiting for him to come back, Madam Chair, could I address a question to Carl Strathmeyer?
Yes, Bob, please proceed.
Kyle, did someone do a site visit to your house?
I'm sorry, Bob, I have not heard from anyone from the Conservation Office other than Ashley saying that I was on the agenda for this evening.
Okay, and so, Carl, for the other members of the commission, Carl called me and asked me, did he need to come before the Conservation Commission to cut down some trees? And I asked him, well, how far were the trees from the wetlands? And he didn't know. And he sent in a diagram showing the location of the trees, that I was just on the assessor's website, and it looks to me like, based on his diagram, that he doesn't have any trees within 100 feet of the brook. So
Yeah, I don't, Bob, thank you. I had sent the diagram in to Ashley, and I don't know if she forwarded that to the members of the commission for this evening.
yeah, it's in the drive, but
Yes, okay, so the rear of my house, the northern edge of my house is about 200 feet from Mulpus Brook. That's that's the rear property line of my property. All of the trees I'm talking about are within 150 to 200 feet of Mulpus Brook, nothing closer. So everything is within that range. And my request to Ashley was simply, what process do I have to go through to get permission to remove these trees? There are a total of 11 trees. One of them is already dead because of ash borers, and those are out of the jurisdiction. They're not in the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. The other 10 are probably within the jurisdiction of the commission, within that 150 to 200 feet distance. I had Mark Flagg out to look at these trees, and he said, yes, all of those 10 trees offer some sort of a risk to the house. And I'm just trying to understand what I have to do to get approval from the Conservation Commission to allow Mark Flagg to take those trees down.
What's your address?
39 Valley Road, Madam Chairman.
He's on the agenda as an administrative determination,
Okay.
and there is a folder in the drive for 39 Valley, but it just has his email and his diagram that he sent in.
All right, and I also have on my computer here, I have photographs of the trees in question. If those would be helpful, I could share them.
So
Bob, if you're confident that they're outside the jurisdictional area, then I think we should just move on with it, right?
Madam Chair, I understand that the jurisdictional area is 200 feet of Mulpus Brook. That's a perennial stream. And I acknowledge that most of those trees are within that jurisdictional area, but not within 100-foot distance.
Okay, and so I understand what you're saying. Bob, you're familiar with this property. I'm not. So I would be willing to go with your recommendation on this.
I think we should allow him to cut the trees down without further ado. And I apologize for not doing more due diligence when he called me initially, but I'm only a volunteer, and really this should have been handled by a staff person who we don't have, so.
I know, and you also have been spending a lot of time trying to keep the wheels on the bus with the office, with all of all the other tasks that are falling in between the cracks, right? So I do very much appreciate that.
I've been trying to work with the conservation office staff for Ashley for over a month. I think I've had to wave Mark Flagg off once already.
Yeah, poor Ashley is she's not a Conservation Commission administrator. She's clerical support, and she's only allocated 10 hours a week to work with us, which is about as much time as it takes just to put stuff in the folders and draft the agenda. So she's also completely overworked and overstretched, and I appreciate everything that she's been doing so far. But I also I'm sad that the state of affairs is impacting homeowners like you, Carl, that are just trying to do the right thing and trying to get an answer to ensure you're doing the right thing. And I do very much appreciate your patience.
Also, I should mention that I have also I'm obligated as a member of the Hickory Hills Property Owners Association here. I'm obligated to get their permission to take these same trees down. They have given their permission, contingent on the Conservation Commission also agreeing.
Okay, thank you. Does any member of the commission want to ask any questions or raise any concerns? And Bob, since I at least am hearing your advice that this is outside of the jurisdictional area. I don't think we even need to vote on a matter that's not in our jurisdiction.
I agree.
Okay, Carl, I think you have your answer. Go forward and take care of those trees.
All righty, thank you very much. My house will
Again,
be
and
very
thank you for
happy.
your patience.
Thank you, folks. Bye-bye.
Okay, it looks like we have Mario back
With a microphone.
with a microphone. Okay, Mario, do you want to talk to us about the tree removal at 143 Island Road?
Yes, Madam Chair. We had a tree that was blown down by a storm and it got caught between a few other trees. So we called M&M to cut the trees down, and we were on a waiting list. I mean, to remove the tree. And we were on a waiting list. And when he got us on his schedule, I was on the West Coast. And while I was away, I just told them that M&M would come to clear the tree, remove the tree on Monday, and just keep everything out of the way so they could get the truck in there, keep the pathway clear. Well, they misunderstood me, I think, and they removed a tree that if I was there to supervise it, they wouldn't have removed the tree, but they removed the tree by mistake, and we really didn't want the tree removed because it was giving us privacy. But there was some guests staying there while I was away, and they misunderstood us. And my father asked me to forgive them because they didn't know what they were doing, like in the Bible. So that's I have to ask you too. It was just a mistake, and we didn't really want the tree removed. The Hickory Hills Board of Directors. They come down and okayed it also, pending your recommendations.
Okay, I was just, do we have actually, I think this is one, Bob, do you recall? This is
I
one
believe
that,
Brianna went out and did a site visit, made a recommendation.
I think it was Leah, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So I think we need to find Leah's notes and get back to what her recommendation was. 39. I'm looking in my email now for Leah's recommendations. If I'd had the wherewithal, I could have been looking for this while Mario was dialing back in. So apologies for that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mike.
had a question. Given the wrong tree was cut down, are we still looking at dealing with the decaying trees to be cut down, or were those also cut down?
I believe they were all cut down, but I'll let Mario clarify.
Oh no, the tree that was cut down by mistake was decayed. So the Hickory Hills Lake Board said it was like a negative impact on the buffer zone because it was diseased anyway. But we didn't really consider that as much as we appreciated the privacy that it would give us from people fishing in our cove.
Okay.
I mean, we would have just left the tree to do, as nature would with it.
I think one of the things I do remember Leah saying was that they had chipped, chipped up branches and put them in the 30-foot buffer zone, and they had to remove those. When I was out there doing a site walk, it seemed like those wood chips had been removed.
Yes, that's true. We did exactly as she recommended.
And again, just looking for her notes. She did great note write-up. I really appreciated those. Okay. Bob, have you had any luck? I've
I'm
not had
looking.
any luck.
What's the address is,
143 Island Road.
she said I put enforce, let's see. Is this 143 Island Road?
Yeah, I actually found it. I
The
don't know if you,
applicant has installed 2 birches, an oak, a peach, and 3 pines. He attached pictures, which I will add to the drive later tomorrow. I have let him know the commission would like an after-the-fact RDA and have forwarded his email to Ashley asking him to assist us through the process. I have not asked the homeowner to attend the meeting. Is that consistent with what, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, is that consistent with what Mr. Pacheco, that you've already installed 2 birches, an oak, a peach, and 3 pines? That's what I found, Mary. Did you find something different?
it's more of a summary. The thing that we're not hearing Mario at all, and I don't know if Mario thinks is talking to us. One of the things I noted when I was on the site walk is that the trees that were, at least the plantings that I saw, were like finger saplings.
Oh,
They were, in less than 2 feet tall.
There's pictures of those on the drive.
If you're seeing those pictures, Jeff, why don't you share with us? And then the notes that I saw too, Bob, seem to indicate 4 trees removed.
Then you're looking at different notes from the one I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'll so here's what I had. Yeah, it's the right address, right? I'm not looking at that wrong.
Yeah.
Jeff, if you located those photos,
I
I took
have.
lots of photos, but I I can't locate them under pressure. So
Let me
yeah, if you
see
want to
if I
share.
can, here. Can you see that?
We are looking at your I think your screensaver. There we go. Yeah, that looks consistent with what I saw.
So there's, yeah, just some. There you go.
Okay. Okay, that's consistent with what I saw. Thank you, Jeff. So generally speaking, we require replacement trees to be more vetted than that, more older.
Yes, Madam Chair, I explained to Brianna that we, this year, we opened up our car dealership for eco vehicles, the electric vehicles, and we also offered free to any customer that, or any person that came in, a tree starting kit. And I had used these kits to start trees earlier before this incident. And I told her I had the trees that they're probably a year or two old when I was telling her, and she thought that would be fine to replace them with those saplings.
Do we have any questions or comments from members of the commission?
No, I don't.
Okay. Yeah, so just to be clear, it looks like the administrator is advising us that there were 4 trees that were taken down.
It was actually one tree that had saplings that grew out from the roots.
Mhm.
And we did, again, for privacy, we let them grow. We didn't prune it or anything.
Yeah, and so what I would like to hear from my fellow commissioners, straw poll, right? Within the 30-foot, we do have a clear guidance in the regulations that there's a mandatory replacement, 2 for 1 of older trees than what we've seen here. So I would be inclined to follow the regulation, but I want to hear where everybody is with that. Jeff, I'll call on you first. What are your thoughts?
I guess if it's dead and decaying, I don't have an issue with it, but if there's decent cover in the area, but if it was a healthy tree within 30 feet, then yeah, we'd have to impose the limitations on replacement.
Thank you, Jeff. Rich Tremblay, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to see the trees replaced as well, because of where they were. And what we just looked at, I don't think those trees are gonna survive the winter, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Rich. Mike LaRouche.
Yeah, it looks like whatever those saplings are, can I ask the applicant whether there are little cages to preserve them from being eaten by deer or?
Oh,
'Cause
sure.
as is-
Oh, excuse me. I thought you were waiting for my reply.
I am.
There was a oak tree and two birch trees and a pine tree. And I could put little fences around them to keep them protected.
Yeah, because I think they don't, as
Chicken
Tremblay
will
said,
survive.
they don't have a chance to survive winter and or deer would, those are just hors d'oeuvres for them.
Right.
But in keeping with the other comment about getting a reasonable sized tree to replace that which was taken down, I too agree with my colleagues. We probably should have a larger specimen as a replacement.
Okay, and as Hickory Hills Board said when they did their walkthrough, that the tree was diseased and wasn't had a negative impact being removed on the buffer zone. So they thought that it wasn't the tree that to replace it with a tree equivalent to it wouldn't be worthwhile.
Thank you, Mario. Bob Pease?
I think the tree should be bigger than that. The replacement trees.
Okay, so, yeah, in other words, you think, like the 2-inch diameter that's spelled out in the regulations, is that what you're thinking, or were you thinking
Yep,
something different?
something like that.
Okay, fair enough. Chris?
Since it was a diseased tree and it was probably imminent of falling, I don't think he needs to replace it. I mean, if it had fallen on its own, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So I'm not really, I don't feel like we need to push the tree replacement in this situation.
Okay, fair enough. Rich Tremblay, you have a question?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Can I share my screen for just a second?
Yes, please do.
Okay, are these the stumps we're talking about?
Mario, that's a question for you.
Oh, pardon me, I didn't hear the question.
Or are these the stumps? Is this the tree that got cut down?
Yes.
Right, because the three on the right-hand side, they don't look diseased or damaged to me at all. I see the one on the left may have had an issue, but not the one on the right.
Well, I'm not a tree expert, but I think they're all coming from the same root.
Okay, well, I'm not an expert either, but the three on the right looked like they were probably pretty healthy to me. All right, I'm all set, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rich.
Madam Chair, that picture,
Yes, Jeff?
that looked like it was more than 30 feet from the wetland, but I mean, there's no tape measure on the ground, I guess.
Well, let me see if yeah, it's closer than it looks like in that photo, but I mean, also want to go back and look at Brianna's. No, I didn't see anything. I don't think I recalled seeing something in her notes about how far it was from the wetland. Yeah, but I don't see that. Bob, in the notes that you were looking at, did it have how far away it was?
Nope.
Yeah.
I mean, I went over and looked at them from the water. The day they were being cut down. And looked to me, if I had to guess, I mean, I didn't step off my boat because I didn't, have any homeowner permission or anything. But if I had to guess, I would have guessed they were like 40 feet from the water, something like that.
Okay, fair enough. I've been to so many different properties since then. I don't remember. And when I was out there, I didn't have a tape measure, so. Okay, are we, I'm in a position to accept a motion. It sounds like we thought there should be some tree replacement and of some substantial, more substantial size, 2 inches in diameter. And we're gonna, for the record, assume that it's outside of the 30 foot zone. So I'll entertain a motion.
Is this an RDA or is this an enforcement? I guess I'm.
It's a retroactive RDA. So it was a RDA that is a follow-on to an enforcement order. Isn't it enforcement or a violation notice? I think is what it was.
If it's outside the 30, I'll make a motion that there's a negative determination.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so Jeff and Chris for a negative determination.
I'm sorry, what, you just need me to say aye?
Oh, well, I thought you seconded the motion, but I may have misheard.
No, I didn't.
Okay, roll call
Richard
vote.
did.
Oh, Rich did. Okay. Thanks for that clarification. Roll call vote. Bob Pease,
Aye.
Rich Tremblay,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself for a negative determination. Thank you, Mario.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you too.
I was just catching up on my notes here. Okay. So we still have some members of the public on a call. So I think I'm just gonna ask what they're holding out for, just in case there's something that we can prioritize. Nick, you're still on the call. Were you holding on for another issue? Okay, maybe Nick doesn't realize he's still connected.
I bet.
Say that again, Bob?
I bet he doesn't.
Yeah. Okay, and Mario's still on the call. And you know, you're welcome to stay on the call. I just wanted to make certain if somebody's been hanging on through Herculean effort to be heard, that we prioritize their issues if we can. And Greg Roy is still on the call. Greg, did you have other business you were holding out for?
No, I'm just a glutton for punishment. And I'm not falling.
You are a
Not
glutton
falling
for
asleep
punishment.
anytime soon. So
Well,
you know,
you're welcome. You're welcome to stay and enjoy our pain. That's fine. Okay, I think that's everybody that we had. I just wanted to make certain that we would prioritize folks if we needed to. Okay, so moving into the business section of the agenda. Did we have any of the commissioners have topics come up within? I haven't had anything come up within the past 48 hours. No, nothing. We did see reach out from the Montechusett Regional Planning Commission for I think it was for representatives to help them create trail vision plans, and that's One of the things they noted in that is interconnectivity between the townships that are part of the Montechusett regional area, which I think would be a really cool idea if that could happen. Bob, I think you have been a recipient of that as well, and I think I forwarded it out to members of the commission. I only had a chance to skim the reach out. Is there?
They're also asking either for $1,000 or to donate their 8 free GIS hours to the project next year. And they also sent it like to the planning commission and other commissions in town. So
Did we ever get to use our 8 free GIS
I
hours?
haven't done diddly about it yet.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
But I do hope to, but the year is getting away from me.
As it is us all. So I'd be really interested. I mean, if we have an opportunity to participate there, I would be really interested in us doing that. I myself right now am really stretched for time. In fact, I'm underwater quite a bit. I don't know if other members of the commission might be interested in participating in that. I think it'd be nice to have a delegate if we have that opportunity.
I don't have any more cycles.
Yeah. Yeah, and would anybody be opposed to, I mean, if it came down to us having to fund that, would anybody be opposed to funding participation there? Or do we have concerns about that? I think everybody's about numb at this point. I don't think we have to make any decisions tonight, but I just want to make certain that we had visibility to that opportunity, because it does sound like a great opportunity. Especially for somebody who, like me, who's really out there on the trails and looking for grant opportunities with the trails and stuff, things like this, I find very exciting. Okay, staffing update. It looks like we have a new conservation administrator that has been appointed, and I think her start date is November 11th. I'm sorry, 27th. So I'm looking forward to that. I don't recall the lady's name. Bob or Chris, you guys recall her name?
Sophie?
Sylvie
Sophia?
Doro, I think. She's presently the conservation agent / planner in Groton. And I'm sorry, in Gardner.
Cool. Well, that's I'm excited about the office situation getting back on track. I had asked that we have some overlap between the incoming and our outgoing support, particularly the interim support with the meeting minutes, and with Charlotte supporting us for interim activities. And it looks like we have an opportunity for that as well. Julie and Heather were amenable to that, to the extent, that it's still beneficial to the Conservation Commission. So that also, I think, is a bit of good news. We'll move on to old business. Are there any updates on the Timber Rights Fund?
Not a one.
Any updates on the Sean Kelly estate?
I just sent an email today to Heather saying that at tonight's meeting, I wanted to propose to the commission that we use Sean Kelly money to do to fund the title searches for those 3 parcels we're interested in acquiring through the tax title purpose and process rather, and asking her for her guidance about, do we need to generate a purchase order in advance, since we're not going to know what the title searches cost until after the process is all done. and I haven't heard back from her yet, but, the John Kelly money should be available for our use now. And so I'm trying to get, that straightened out. I am gonna make I think I am gonna make an appointment to see the town attorney tomorrow. With Mary's permission, to ask about, getting the title searches going, and B, talk to him about, if you'll recall, we had the town attorney send a letter to our tenant at Hollis Road several months ago, saying we needed to get an accounting, a monthly accounting of the hours that, the in-kind hours in lieu of, market value rent. And we haven't received anything yet. And I think it's time, that we consider raising the rent to market value if we're not gonna get any cooperation from the tenant about documenting how she's complying with the lease, because I think she's paying $10,800 a year to rent a house. I have several friends that do real estate, and they tell me that that's way below market value. And I've been asking the tenant to document, or the commission's been asking the tenant to document those hours. It's got to be 3 or 4 years now, and we still have not heard one word from the tenant, in documenting, that
So
they.
Bob, I might be misremembering, but I thought the tenant showed up this summer at a hearing and said that they did document and that was available and that they would give access. But then I think it was right about the time that Anna gave notice. And so I think she was going to give Anna access, and probably Anna never had a chance to follow up with her.
Well,
But I might be misremembering. It's fuzzy.
And I'm not gonna be asking the town attorney to do anything. I'm gonna be asking the town attorney for options.
Okay, I think that's plenty fair. Yeah.
For options.
And I agree with you. I think there should be a lot more transparency. If that's the condition of the lease, there should be a lot more transparency on what's being documented, and it shouldn't be so hard to get the information.
I mean, because we could have raised the rent. They've been month to month, I think, since 2018. I mean, I have to go back and look, because that's off the top of my head, and my memory is really defective these days. So and at that point the lease was 5 years old. I mean,
Yeah.
so I think the rates we're charging there were set at least 8 years ago, and what has happened, to rents, in the last 8 years. So
Yeah, I rent a property here in town, and the rent, and it's a 2-bedroom. It's about twice what it appears we're renting the Hollis residence for.
Yeah.
So you were going to talk to the town attorney about the tax title next
yeah,
steps, and then
ask them,
about the
like,
lease.
have him refresh his estimate of a minimum cost.
Mhm.
And ask him, could he do them serially, so we could take, do them, prioritize them. First the access road off of Page Street. And then that goes right up next to okay, I'm forgetting his name now. He's a snow rider. Ken
Chennis.
Ken Chennis' old house. And then that right-of-way road that's behind there, which would also help, connect us to our rear properties there. And then the swampland off of Mass Ave, do them serially in that order. And send us bills as they come in.
Oh, and that swampland in the Cowdrey right now shows up as a GOVE property.
Well, because it's owner on, does it? Well, when I last heard from Mylene Millardi, she said, oh, we don't have a clear title. So before we can take it, you know, through the tax title process, we need to clear up the title.
Yeah, fair enough. I think I was just kind of saying that out loud as I was kind of mentally placing where that property was, and
Yeah,
it's
all of
the
these
it's the weird
properties
one.
now show up in the assessor's website
Yeah.
database as Town of Lunenburg owner unknown, and for some reason, sometimes it lists owner unknown first, and for other of these properties, it lists the Town of Lunenburg first. So, but they're all, oh, I'm sorry, the one on the one that's in the middle of the Cowdrey Swamp is not owner unknown. That was owner known, and they tried to take it by eminent domain once, and it was defective. The process was defective, and so we got to do it again, and yada yada yada. So on it goes. Been
Yeah.
working on this for 3 or 4 years now, and I'm getting frustrated.
Yeah,
It's late, and I'm tired.
I can understand that. I certainly empathize with that. Okay, so that's the Sean Kelly update, public awareness campaign, and this was conversation we started last meeting about taking some steps to put those flyers back in the tax bills to kind of raise awareness to members of the public that
So I reached out to the current webmaster, got the current
you said webmasters. You mean for the website?
yeah, for the website.
Okay.
Kara, whatever her name is, who's doing
Yeah.
the new website. She sent me the right URL for the you know, for the current Lunenburg
Brochure.
Conservation Commission page. And I got to look up how to take and do a QR code. You got to use a free app or something. And I made a few other tweaks to the wording because I found it as a Word. I got it as a Word document, our present pamphlet. And hopefully by next meeting, I'll send it out to everybody for their review.
If you need help with the QR code, I know how to do that.
Super.
At least I think I know how to do that. And I need to know how to do that for a couple of other things that I'm working on.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's like a free website you can go,
Yeah.
you know, where they're trying to sell you advertising and stuff, but they will generate the question is, do you get a dynamic QR code or a static QR code? So, and I
Pretty certain it's a static one, because we had done it for the enrollment form for the you know, the Earth Day
yeah, I
events
think we want a
last April.
static one.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty certain it's a static one. But anyway, we can talk about that offline too. Yeah, and I just put this on. There's no the next two topics. I just wanted to ensure visibility and also ensure there was a documented paper trail about this as well. Is that our MACC memberships are currently on hold, which seems to be related to the staffing shortage. It doesn't seem like, for whatever reason, we're able to pay the membership. And I know Ashley has tried to do that, but it seems to be unresolved. Bob, you might be a little bit closer to the issues there than me with regard to what's happening with it not getting paid.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I get lost, and I know she's tried to. People have tried to pay the bill, but it's not currently paid. The other thing that's on hold is access to the MACC handbook for us. And I know several members have subscribed to that and used it. I used it a lot last year, We're not currently able to use that due to we weren't able to renew our subscriptions due to staffing shortage and lack of having somebody to support our Munis accounts.
If you need a copy, we have one in the office.
The handbook or the regulation?
The handbook.
Oh. Ooh, thank you, Greg.
Oh, yeah.
It's been driving me a little bit nutty.
It might be a
Thank
little
you for that.
It might not be the latest version, but we have a.
Doesn't matter.
We have a hard
That's,
copy.
that's,
Yeah, thanks for that.
yeah.
Application instructions and guidelines, I think, are on hold pending the start of the new administrator. Is that correct, Bob?
Correct.
Okay, and then staff access to Munis accounts.
Yeah, that we just discussed that.
Yeah. Okay. Moving along. Do we have any updates on the 950 Chase Road
No,
encroachment?
the guy, well, yes, we do. The guy went to court and our lawyer went to court. The judge who was hearing the case was skeptical of the town attorney's opinion that the people were responsible for moving the shed when they didn't put the shed there, and the shed was there when they bought the property. And so we're getting like a recommendation to settle or some such thing. And the guy reached out to Heather and myself since I initiated it. And my response was I would await, but he said he realized that Heather would be totally consumed with preparing for last night's special town meeting. And I responded back that A, they should copy Mary on all future things about this. And B, I would wait for Heather to initiate a conference call about this, and that such a conference call would have to include Mary. And that's the last I heard of it.
And who reached out, Bob?
It's the town attorney, Adam Costa, delegated it to somebody else in his office.
Oh, okay.
And I have no memory at this moment in time what that guy's name was. It was Steve
Okay.
somebody or other, I think.
Yeah. It seems to just reading between the lines here, and I don't think I recall the full history on this encroachment. Was this encroachment issue raised before the property changed ownership, or was it
After the property changed.
after it changed ownership? Okay. Yeah. It almost seems like the way the judge is looking at this is that the new owners didn't inherit the problem because it's not on their property.
Yep, and Adam Costa was of the opinion that the new owners definitely inherited the problem because they knew about it when they bought the property. But the judge wasn't so sure, and Adam didn't seem as confident about the case as he was, or actually Adam wasn't involved. Adam, the other guy was, and then we heard from Adam, and Adam sort of stepped in. So I don't know what's going to happen.
Okay, fair enough. 315 Lancaster Ave, I think, is on hold pending, our new administrator
Yep.
coming on board. Administrative determinations, 70 Horizon Island Road.
That was Rich Parsons, and he's not here. And we said we needed him to attend. And I'm not sure anyone from the office ever actually told him he needed to attend, so.
Okay.
Wait, isn't 70 Horizon Road the one we talked with the wall?
No, 70 Horizon Island Road is out on a peninsula or an island that was turned into a peninsula with a causeway. And the guy wanted to cut down 3 big white pines.
Oh.
Or 2
Okay,
big
getting
white
my
pines
addresses
and an
mixed
oak.
up.
And there was a question about about replacement trees. And he wasn't there to take and participate in the discussion about replacement trees and and we had no diagram of the lot to talk about where they might go. And we had no dimensions, how far those 3 trees were from the water and so on and so
Okay.
forth.
Okay, I had my addresses mixed up.
Yeah, no issues. It's all getting a little bit blurry at this time of night. 39 Valley Road.
We just did that. That was Mr. Strathmeyer.
Oh, excellent. Strathmeyer. All right. All right. So, order of condition, that actually should have been struck from order of conditions. Certificates of compliance, 386 Sunset Lane. We got a note from that from Bree, didn't we?
No clue. That's not even on my copy of the agenda.
Is it not? You have the amended agenda?
Probably not.
Okay.
I thought I did. I guess I don't.
Mike LaRouche is doing dramatic lighting.
You're
Okay,
muted, Mike.
I found Brianna's notes.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I
Bob,
promised my wife I'd be in bed by midnight, so I'm gonna go.
thank you, Bob.
Good night.
Night.
Hey, Bob.
Okay, so I see Brianna's notes for 386 Sunset Lane. Her findings are the site is stabilized. She's recommending that we grant a full certificate of compliance. This was for a replacement septic field.
Negative.
Negative. Yeah, so here are
This
the,
is Rich's property.
yeah, exactly. So here's Brianna's summary notes, right? So she's recommended to grant full certificate of compliance. So there we go. Does anybody have any questions or comments? I think I'm looking
Madam
for
Chair?
say that again?
Yeah, it was an open order of conditions that wasn't closed at the time that
Ah, so
in
it's
my
an older
garage
one. Yeah,
construction,
yeah. Okay.
That's
Thanks
what's
for that
supposed to be-
clarification.
Okay.
So what are you
Thank you.
looking for, Mary?
I'm looking for a motion to approve the certificate of compliance.
I motion we approve the order of compliance.
Do we have a second?
I second.
So we'll do a roll call vote. Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
Mike LaRouche.
Aye.
Chris St. Germain.
Aye.
And Rich, I think you are recused.
Yes, I am.
Aye for myself. So that's a unanimous approval.
Thank you.
So then the next one is 31 Cushing Lane, which I see Bree sent us a summary on as well. And right, so site is stabilized, pictures are attached. Her recommendation is grant full certificate. And this is the area. Okay. Any questions or comments? I think I'm looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote. Rich Tremblay,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
Chris St. Germain,
Aye.
and I for myself. 176 Island is the next one, and I'm not certain.
Elmwood.
Elmwood, 176 Elmwood. I'm not certain that I've seen a recommendation on that one.
This is recently sold. What do we, what's the, what do we,
Well, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, I'm not finding that one, and I'm also not finding 81 Maple Parkway. Let's see. Let me just double check. I'm also not seeing 81 Maple Parkway, so we're going to table those for a future meeting. And I don't know of any updates on the enforcements list. Unless anybody else knows of any. And then open space and land use. I do have one update on the Conservation Commission sponsored grant that was awarded in this year. I've been to the training on the contracts, but because that's a town, it's the town that would be contracting with administrators of the grant. I've sent off to Heather to get some advice on who needs to sign those. I don't think I can sign on behalf of the town. I think it has to be town employees that sign on behalf of the town. But I don't expect her to get back to me until next week or the week after. And we've got to execute on the contract documents before we can actually make any progress there. For the Lunenburg Snow Rider sponsored grant, which benefits multiple properties across town, that was awarded in 2022. This weekend on Sunday, the Snow Rider is going to be down in the Lane property. The project was to move, it's roughly 12 yards of gravel that's staged there at the parking area. And we'll move that down the trail to the Peter Charpentier Bridge to stabilize the trail on roughly the 50 feet on either side of the bridge. And I don't know that we'll need all 12 yards, but we're mobilizing that way to be down there Sunday and get a lot of that done. Okay. Any questions or comments about those grants? Okay. I don't have any updates on timber sales. Mike, any update on that NCLT North Country Land Trust site walk for Hawes? Has that happened yet, or is that still to happen?
It's going to happen on the 20th of November. And I will be meeting with Emily Merloni at, let's see, what time? I believe it's 2 o'clock. Yes.
Okay, cool.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I believe it's 2 o'clock, but I will be there, and I will, the good news is we did remove all that big pile of rubble that we've been kind of collecting on site.
Excellent.
Nick Pirro and his group removed it all, as well as servicing our 2 lawnmowers for the pollinator habitat as well as for the Hollis Road site. And the DPW also took large bags of invasive material out as well. So we look in pretty good shape.
Excellent. That is cool. You know, I forgot to mention, there's a group of National Honor Society students from Lunenburg High School that have volunteered to go down to the conservation, the Lane Conservation property and spend a day pulling out invasive bittersweet multiflora rose and burning bush. So that's really cool too. They're going to be out there the first weekend in December.
Very good.
Do we have any committee reports?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you know, the Stormwater Task Force meeting is gonna take place this month on the 16th at 7 o'clock, and there's been a change of a location. They're gonna meet now down at the DPW building. I thought you should know that.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, and then any final communications or comments? Rich, do you have an announcement for us?
Yes, I have a comment. This will be my last meeting. As many of you know, I've been working on selling our home, and that is complete now. So my wife and I will be moving. We'll be moving out of Lunenburg. I want to say that it's been my privilege to be a part of this board, and I want to thank the commissioners that took the time to work with me and help me out in the beginning and try to answer all my questions. I think the work of protecting the wetlands is very important. I've learned an awful lot. And I think this board does a great job at it. I think we're fair. I think that we're consistent. And I'm not a speech giver, so that's all I'm going to say. Have a great holiday season, and I wish the board the very best going forward. It's been my honor. Thank you.
Rich, I just want to say I'm going to miss the heck out of you. You have been a great collaboration partner, and you know you're always there on those site walks. I mean, you know, at least when you haven't been snowbird down in Florida, and I'll miss you. It was really great doing all the training with you, you know, and you'd pick up parts, I'd pick up parts, be able to collaborate, you know, about what we were learning, and that was awesome. But I wish you well in your new endeavors, and you know, have fun in Florida.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey, this is Mike Rich. I will miss you too. It was fun going on site walks with you and doing our great work, but also having a few laughs along the way as well. So I appreciate everything you've done for this commission, and I will certainly miss you, as well as many of our other commissioners as well. So good luck.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Ditto as well there, Rich. It was great having you. Great having you as a neighbor too, and hopefully, you know, you guys enjoy Florida down there. But enjoy.
All right. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, Rich, we didn't get to work for very long, but I've enjoyed working with you, and wish you the best.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that.
Okay. Well, I'm reminded that I need to say the time that we're going to adjourn out loud. But first, I think I got to take a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
And I would look for a second.
You want to do the honors, Rich?
I second.
Excellent. Roll call vote. Mike?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Rich?
Aye.
And I for myself. So we adjourn this meeting at 12:08 a.m.
Wow.
Marathon. Thank you all.
Take
Thank
care,
you.
everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.